We are live. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning into the 6th annual Rainier Classic. I'm here once again with my partner in crime, Mr. Zach McCarley, the GOAT. Thank you so much for joining us. Today, we're kicking off the 6th year of the Rainier. Before we really get started, we're going to big shout out to our sponsors, Cerberus Strength, Mountain Heating and Cooling, Puget Sound Pizza, Slow Mo Knife Co., and the Sweaty Pig. But we're going to get to those finer details later. But in the meantime, we have our adaptive class starting us off today with a keg clean and press.
Yeah, we got Aaron Baker out there right now, successful with one lift. He's on to his second keg.
Looks like we have a nice ladder for our adaptive class. For those that aren't aware, Dungeon Strength is a supporter of the Special Olympics, and therefore, every year at the Rainier, we have a nice division for them to compete and prove their strength amongst their peers. And with a fantastic finish of the ladder here for Aaron with a 60-pound keg.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic.
All right.
Yeah, it's always fun to watch, watch our adaptive athletes start to work into Strongman a little bit. As you mentioned, these athletes are very involved in the powerlifting community.
Mm-hmm.
But once a year, at least once a year, sometimes twice a year, they come out and they compete in some Strongman, and that's always a blast. Right now we have Dante Peoples up, good for one keg clean and press. He's moving on to the second keg. And I believe the weights out there are 30, 40, 50, and 60s.
Oh,
good
yeah.
for 40 pounds.
Nice and easy for Dante.
Yeah, moving on to the next weight.
Sporting the brilliant orange hair.
Mm-hmm. Good for 50 pounds in keg number 3. And then on to his last keg, 4 of 4, 60 pounds, tough clean. He's fighting for the press.
Nearly there, nearly there.
Down.
Great
Beautiful. He
press
gets
from
the down
Dante.
call. I hope we caught that on video.
Oh, we
'cause
did.
I thought that was really good.
We did. Dante absolutely is being
He
featured.
really fought it. He
Yeah.
really fought for that
Yeah,
last
they
round.
did a great job there. Coming up next after Dante Peoples, we should have Joey Beltran, the
Joey.
Beast Joey.
So I'm seeing Chris lining up.
Oh, we have Chris coming up then? Okay,
Yeah, we just
yep.
have our sheet's a little inaccurate. That's okay.
Chris Mullen coming up for the keg clean and press ladder for our adaptive division here at the Rainier Classic. Head judge Justin Tubbs, big supporter of the gym and the adaptive divisions. And honestly, what's really great about the gym featuring these divisions and offering classes for the Special Olympic athletes is when they come out here and they compete, these individuals, they're so well practiced. Like right now, Chris is like smooth and fast, no mistakes, waiting for his downs. It's a great opportunity really just for all of them to display the skills that they work on, because when they come and do these classes, they bust their chops. Like, they're working really hard. These classes aren't easy. Lucas is one of the coach. Ryan Terry's one of the coaches. Saul Peterson is a huge coach for the division, and they really work hard in the gym.
Mm-hmm. No,
All right.
absolutely. Chris just like blistered that.
Yeah,
Like
that
he
was great.
snatched the 60 pounds.
Basically. We have Damon Rusher coming up next here. Smooth first one. Damon's rushing in between now with these kegs.
Very nice. Good for the 40-pound keg.
Damon, slight little trip, but Damon's got this. He's going to get back up and get this 50 nice and smoothly.
That's exactly what you do. When you
Yeah.
trip and fall, you get up and you keep going.
Yeah,
You know?
and even with that slight trip up there, really solid time from Damon and a great lockout.
Nice work.
Well done, Damon.
Very solid work.
Always the people's champion, Damon.
Yes. Awesome work. I think last up we're gonna have Joey Beltran.
Yep, Joey should be finished. Joey the Beast. All right.
Joey's a really fun one to watch. I really enjoy watching him deadlift, especially.
Yeah.
He's really
He's an
hyped
incredibly
up.
strong back.
Yeah.
Patented smile in between every event. Nice and smooth. Looks very technical right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Joey's taking a very technical approach. Hitting every position, clearly well coached. They're literally hitting every single perfect position. His patented beast hat.
As he's going through the the latter. His position's getting better and better.
Yeah, yeah, as the weight would require, right?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. You can't. He's yeah, and that was a very strong press on that last one.
Yeah,
Very
Joey was
nice.
technical almost to a fault.
Yeah.
He was perfect in every rep.
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, and he's got the strength. He could have probably just went out there and snatched them
Yeeted a
up.
few.
Yeah.
The technical term yeet.
Yeet. Yes.
So that was the
Capital
completion of our adapted division. We're going to have a slight event and weight change. So coming up next, we will have athletes competing in the block, clean, and press. Zach, do you want to give like a quick overview of what a block press is and how it might be different from something like a barbell?
Absolutely. So the block is a really interesting event because what we're going to see is a rectangular cube-like structure that's we'll call a block.
Yeah.
And the athletes are going to pick that up, take it from the ground to the shoulders, and then from the shoulders to overhead. Now, one of the things about this movement is it is especially challenging because it requires balance. The center of mass is notably above where you're contacting the block, which means you have to drive your force directly through that center of mass, and you know if you're holding it correctly, you can create a moderately wide base with your hand and your thumb. But the reality is, this is an event that is very difficult to execute from a technical side, and it requires a tremendous amount of either coordination or brute strength, or both.
Right. So balance seems like the main issue here.
Absolutely. Balance and power production. Now, we're going to see athletes doing clean and press for reps. Sometimes in this event, you're going to see a medley, which is going to be like a series, or you'll see it as a clean and then press away for reps. This is going to be a clean and press for reps. They're going to be cleaning and pressing every rep, and I think it's going to be fun to watch because in an event like this, you have to focus so much on bracing and stabilizing that we're actually going to see some of these athletes running into a little bit of a conditioning issue.
Yeah, exactly. And we're outside, so the elements will affect them as well, the sun and things like that. But let's quickly announce the athletes that will be coming up next. In lane number 1, which is furthest right to screen, those watching at home, we will have Rachel Tallman competing in the, pardon me?
No, I think you are right, but we have a different.
No, this is it. Rachel Tallman will be in the lane number 1, furthest to screen to right. Then we'll have Chandler Ray in lane number 2, and in lane number 3 we'll have Travis Erickson and Cameron Coven in lane number 4. These divisions are novice lightweight, 64 novice lightweight, novice heavyweight men, 90 kilo men, and 120 kilo men.
Correct. That's listed right to left on the screen.
Exactly. So for those watching, the weights being used, we will have a 60-pound. In the lightweight, we have a 60-pound block. Then we will go to for our novice heavyweight men, we will have a 140-pound block, and our men's 120 kilo.
90 kilo is going to be 175, and then 120 kilo is going to be the 230-pound IFSA block. That is a very special piece of equipment.
Yes. And here we go. Rachel with a beautiful clean rep in lane number 1. Way to go, Rachel. Not only her first Strongman competition, but her first brilliant rep.
Yep. No,
We're totally
nice.
not biased over here for Rachel. Lane number 3, adjusting his block, just missing. And in lane number 4, pressing the legendary IFSA 105-kilo block. Yes, the same IFSA block that Zadrunas himself pressed. This amateur athlete has an opportunity here to press with one of the greatest pieces of equipment in Strongman history.
Ooh, and we see Cameron step away from that 105-kilo block, that 231-pound block. Hopefully he's all right. He's slapping his leg a little bit. All the other athletes are looking to knock out some repetitions now. It looks like Travis is having some issues in lane 3.
For those watching, even if you get a good down command, you cannot drop behind you, as Travis is experiencing right now in lane number 3. Rachel just gutting out another repetition in lane number 1. And in lane 2, Chandler nearly there with a locked out arm, nearly there.
I've never seen that with a block press. Travis, good for 1 right there. I don't know how many he got before that, but that's, the difference between 0 and 1 is huge.
Especially with the block press.
Yeah.
Ultimately, people got to see exactly what you were describing, that challenge and balance. Pardon me to interrupt you.
No. It's all right. I just want to illustrate for the people at home, the way the sport of strongman is scored is a reverse placement scoring. So if you have 10 people in a class, first place gets 10 points, second place gets 9 points, and so on and so forth. For this, it's going to be number of reps completed. More reps get you a higher placing. But if you 0, you don't get your placing, you get 0 points.
Yeah.
So that's going to be really detrimental for individuals that do not have any repetitions in any of these events. Next up, we're going to have heat number
number 2. In lane number 1, we will have Diana Estrada. In lane number 2, we will have Nicholas K. Nakan. And in lane number 3, we will have Donnell Davis. And in lane number 4, we'll have Tyson Bennett. Same classes that we just announced previously, so the weights will remain the same. We're getting our blocks nice and set up and ready to go. As of right now, our athletes are lining up as our helpers and assistants ensure that the same setup in every lane is accurate and consistent here.
Nice.
Again, we have a range of weight classes out on the field as of right now. We have novice lightweight women, novice heavyweight men, 90-kilo men, and 120-kilo men. Smallest to the farthest right of the screen, largest to the left of your screen.
Oh, man. Did you see who's helping in lane 2 right now? Behind Mr. Nicholas?
Yeah, we have one of our primary sponsors in Slow Mo Knife Co. being a spotter for lane number 2.
That's awesome.
Thank you so much, Slow Mo Knife Co. for providing craftsmanship, well-made, personal-made knives for the podium winners of our competition. And here we go.
All right. Again, Diana in lane 1, Nicholas in lane 2, Donnell in lane 3, and Tyson in lane 4, and we're off. Whoa, that was a really powerful press from Nicholas.
Nicholas looks quite well practiced. A very systematic approach.
Diana, good for 1. Donnell, good for 1. Very nice.
Again, for those watching at home, you'll see a potentially a harder process being done in lane number 4 with our 105-kilo block, in that it is a slightly smaller block compared to the rest of the lanes, and it is also the aluminum 105-kilo IFSA block. Very difficult. Donnell just finishing a very challenging rep number 2.
This is exciting because, Nicholas is busting those out. That's really impressive. And to speak to your point in lane number 4, I completely agree, especially with a taller athlete, to press such a narrow block is really challenging.
Very difficult.
He might even be better served to have a heavier block that is wider.
I would agree. I would agree. It's more than likely not a weight issue here, but an implement challenge. I would say, watching Nicholas in lane number 2, hey, buddy, I see that you're in the novice heavyweight men. I'm going to go ahead and say that you don't look like a novice. You don't belong in this division unless you are truly that athletic, and this is your first show.
Yeah, no,
which is me complimenting you.
Mr. Nicholas over there busting it out. Maybe he moved up because he does not look like a heavyweight.
I wouldn't describe him as a relatively large man, at least not a heavyweight man.
Yeah, and I wanted to highlight something. I'm probably biased, but in lane 1 and 3 were Diana Estrada and Donnell Davis. I work with both of those athletes.
Oh, very good.
And I know for a fact both of them were worried about even hitting a single repetition.
I'm suffice to say they both got PRs.
Yeah.
They both
hit massive PRs, so I was restraining my excitement, but I just cannot. I'm overflowing with that a little bit.
Coach.
I'm like, yes.
So coming up next, we're going to have a bit of a weight change for at least lane number 1. In lane number 1, we're going to Jennifer Martinez, who's competing in the 64-kilo women's division. That weight change will go from 60 pounds to 70 pounds, so adding 10 additional total pounds in lane number 1.
Yep.
Lane number 2 will remain in the novice heavyweight men. We'll have Rex D. Joyner coming out for lane number 2. In lane number 3, we'll have Deacon Morales, another one of your athletes, in lane number 3. Big shout out to Deacon for coming back after such an extraordinary, let's call it a vehicle accident here. So his first show back since his accident.
Yeah.
And to call it an accident is really minimizing it.
Yeah,
and in lane number
we can go into that in a little bit.
Certainly. In lane number 4, we'll have Ryan Nutter, again, in the 120-kilo class. Want to talk about Deacon just a little bit? Briefly before we get started here?
Yeah, coming out in lane number 3 is Deacon Morales. He, he's someone that I've been working with for years, and he actually was in a really bad motorcycle accident. He was hit from behind. A drunk driver hit him in a truck going 90.
Goodness
he was on
gracious.
I believe he was on a hardtail bike. If he was on a softtail bike, he'd be dead. He was on a hardtail bike, and ejected him over the top of that vehicle. And if I'm not mistaken, he died twice on the way to the hospital.
Yeah.
And, I was one of the first people to see him in the hospital, and I saw him, and he's like, Zach. I'm like, oh, man. And I'm like, reading the room a little bit, and then I just look at him like, Deacon, they're going to have to try a lot harder to kill you, huh?
Yeah.
And he started laughing. He's like, pull me up, show him my back.
Yeah.
And his back was just totally raw. He's He's just like he's a fun dude
Yeah.
and hilarious too.
Suffice to say, we're extraordinarily proud of Deacon for making his way back to the competition floor. And here we go, getting ready. Deacon's just about, he needs to get his straps on now because they're about to go.
Absolutely.
But again, for those watching at home, in lane number 1, Jennifer Martinez in the 64-kilo division, Rex D. Joyner in lane number 2 in the novice heavyweight men's division, in lane number 3, Deacon Morales in the 90-kilo men's division, and the 120-kilo division in lane number 4, we have Ryan Nutter.
Absolutely. And Deacon's shoulder was completely reconstructed. I don't know if you know that.
I did,
But we did
yes.
not know if he would ever be able to overhead press again at all.
Here we go.
So I'm excited, but here we go. Just tell me to shut up.
No,
'cause
you're
I
good.
will gush all
I know,
day.
I
I'm
know.
so damn
Well,
proud.
let's watch our athletes here. Deacon first 1-2 chest. Speaking of which, Martinez just barely missing her block. And Deacon with his first good, oh, he did not get a down command. Block was not sufficiently over his head, but he's right there. And he gets it. His first
Nice.
rep back. He needs to bring it down to the floor. It's not a press away.
He's got to bring it down to the ground,
He needs
right?
to bring it down to the ground. It is not a press away. It is Deacon in lane number 3. It is not a press away. Hopefully, the judge catches that. It is. And in lane number 4, we're the first athlete to press the 105-kilo block.
Well
Outstanding
done,
work
Ryan
from Ryan Nutter.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
Lane number 1 is busting some repetitions out. Jennifer Martinez.
First woman to compete in the 64-kilo division. Jennifer Martinez, a very experienced athlete with a beautiful rep there. And Deacon nearly with at least a second rep nearly. He's a little light in his feet there. He needs to get caught by
Hopefully,
Harley.
Yeah, hopefully Harley recognizes that.
All right, a fantastic heat. We had our first athlete to press the 105-kilo division.
That was awesome. Yeah. So, moving on, we're going to have Zoe Rafter in lane 1, James Yaden in lane 2, Arlo Patton in lane 3, and Kevin BC in lane number 4. Can you pronounce Kevin's last name? Beese?
Mr.
It's
Kevin.
Beese.
Where is Kevin? Where do you see him, brother?
He's going to be in lane number 4.
Oh,
in
thank you
this
so
heat.
much. I believe it's Beast. I believe it's Beast.
Yeah.
Our
For some reason,
120-kilo
I was
division.
spacing on it, and then as soon as I said it, I was like, oh, shit, it is Beast,
Yeah, I
isn't
believe
it?
it's Beast.
He's going to give me some grief for that when he watches this back.
So again, in lane number 1, we'll have Zoe Rafter, our 64-kilo women's. We are now going to James Yadin in lane number 2 for novice heavyweight men. In lane number 3, we have Arlo Patton, a member of Dungeon. And in lane number 4, we have Kevin Beast, another member of Dungeon.
All right. Again, the weights on screen from right to left are going to be 70 pounds in lane 1. And lane 2, it's going to be 140 pounds. In lane 3, we're going to be looking at 175 pounds. And in lane 4, the 105-kilo aluminum Alco
There we
block.
go. And in lane number 1, blasting to an overhead position. Fantastic work out of Zoe Rafter. Arlo in lane number 3, getting his first successful rep.
Very nice.
And our boy Beast getting his first successful rep at 105. One could assume that's a PR based on his reaction.
Yeah, no, that looks great. Oh, and he's shutting it down. But that is so. In this event, real quickly for the people at home, a lot of times in a repetition event, if you tie repetitions, you tie points. Is that the case for this event?
Yes, there's
any
no
split
split
times?
times on
No
this.
split
They're
times.
going to tie, but I want to quickly
Okay.
shout out James Yadin in lane number 2, who's a machine right now, getting
He's
very
just
good reps.
busting them out. And a very powerful press from Zoe in lane
Zoe
1.
Rafter, I very much believe is in the lead right now for the 64-kilo women.
She just bent back and put some hands on it and
Yeah.
just punched
Brilliant
it up.
technique.
She didn't even need to use her legs really because she's such a powerful presser right there.
Yeah, I mean, that technique she's utilizing has extreme biological prerequisites, but if you could do it, good for you.
I like the way you said that. That's funny. Extreme biological prerequisites. Damn, she was just pressing that out the whole time.
Just nearly on the buzzer there.
putting
Nearly got
work
another.
in.
Fantastic heat. That was our fourth heat there. That was really great. Got to see a range of displays of techniques, some PRs clearly in lane number 4 for our boy Beast. Shout out to Kevin. But a great display of strength here. So coming up next in our next heat, we have our last athlete in the 64 kilo division in Caitlin Anderson. We are then moving to the novice heavyweight division, lane number 2. We have Wesley Smith. And in lane number 3 in our 90 kilo men's division, we will have Connor Knackleborg. And in lane number 4, the last athlete in our 120 kilo men's division, Christian Berghoff.
Nice.
All right. That being said, Zach, you're an athlete that's well experienced in events like this. Oh, it looks like we're getting our athletes nice and lined up. So let's keep our nice focus here. Our last athlete in the 64 kilo women, again, lane number 1, Caitlin Anderson. Sweaty Pig athlete. Massive shout out to Sweaty Pig. Jenny Draper, her coach. I'm super biased. She's my grand athlete. I'm her grand coach. And I think she's going to kick some ass. We have Caitlin. We have our boy Connor in lane number 3. We have Wesley Smith in lane number 2. And in lane number 4, because I say things out of order, Christian Berghoff for our 120 kilo men's division. All right, athletes are getting their final notice and expectations per judge. We're going to keep things nice and consistent here. And as you can imagine with an event like this, you have to be brutally strict with the judging. But here we go. And we are off. Great clean techniques out of the vast majority of these athletes.
Yeah, Connor struggling to stabilize in lane 3, but reestablishing that block a little higher on his chest.
Lanes 2 and 3 to get successful repetitions. Fantastic work. Connor
was a wild catch. I don't know if you saw that.
Lane number 4, yeah. That was a...
He's got to get his hands under that block. He just strict pressed it. Wow.
Oh, Connor, watch your feet, buddy. Connor, a very powerful and frankly brave athlete. We're seeing just how difficult that 105 kilo IFSA block is in lane number 4. We only have 2 athletes to get repetitions out of 5 men.
And it looks like Wesley is fighting for his repetition in lane 2. Holy cow, I cannot believe he was able to stabilize that. That was
and he
wild.
Got it. Unbelievable.
Stepped onto the mat.
Stepped onto the pad. Brave. Lane number 1 here. Pressing away, slow and steady is Caitlin Anderson kicking some ass in lane number 1.
No, that's fantastic.
Nearly got
Connor's
that rep.
Still working.
Connor needs this repetition here to stay competitive in this class.
Good. He looks. I'm not sure what. You know, from our angle, it's hard to see what his judge was waiting on, but it looked like he was holding it forever. Whoa, I think Connor got that last second.
Connor might have gotten that just on the single frame of the last possible second.
No, I saw him lock it out, a little celebration. I did not see the judge because I wasn't looking at the judge because I was just looking at him. But I think he got a down call, and then I heard the whistle. So
if he did, he saved his own tail there because that would have been 1 rep, and he needed it to stay competitive in the whole show. And for those watching, you know, this show is a qualifier for the national championships, the amateur national championships within these divisions. So a number of these athletes are aiming for that position to compete either this year or next year because it rolls over, considering how close we already are to nationals. But we are moving up in weight. We are moving up in weight at least in lane numbers 1 and 4.
Correct, sir.
Lane number 1, you want to tell us what we're going up to, buddy?
Yeah, lane number 1, we're going to be going up to 90 pounds for the 82 kilo amateur women. Lane number 2 is going to stay the same at 140. Lane number 3 is also going to stay the same at 175 with the 90 kilo men. And then lane number 4, we're going up with the open men. That's going to be the 115 kilo IFSA block coming out.
253 pounds, brother.
But I'm not. Did you see it get swapped out? Because I didn't see it.
It did.
You did. Okay.
Yes, sir. That is
they are quick.
They are. It's a marginally larger aluminum block. Shout out to the aluminum factory in Iceland that produced this bad boy back in the early 2000s. We appreciate you, Iceland.
Absolutely. Yeah, and so a little, can you give people a little story about like these aluminum blocks where they came from, and then later we're actually going to see the whole series.
You bet your ass I'll give that story right after this heat because I just want to ensure that I don't talk over the heat. But what I can tell you is that the history is rich, it is fun. But here we got our next athletes coming on up. In lane number 1, we will have Ashley Giandria. In lane number 1, we have Dustin Bergen. In lane number 2, in lane number 3, we have Caleb Desjardins, thank you. And in lane number 4, we have our boy Mikey Mitchell, the Girth Lord. Longtime member of Dudgeon Strength, longtime member of the strength community up here in the Pacific Northwest. And that is
I
chalk.
believe he's. Yeah,
That wasn't chalk he put on the floor. That was ammonia.
Yeah,
To
yeah.
stay ready.
I believe he hasn't competed in a while, right? He's been gone.
I want to say it's been at least a year, but during that year, Mikey's down, I believe, at least 60 pounds.
Yeah,
he's
much
gotten far
leaner.
fitter.
He seems much happier.
He has a jawline now. That's nice. A nice haircut. He's looking like a Puerto Rican stepfather right now. You know what I'm saying? What a handsome-looking man. That being said, we're proud of him for coming back.
Beautiful.
And we are about to get ready in this next heat. Here we go. Again, to press these blocks is not only historical, but a real reverence to the history of strongman. Lane number 1, a slight hiccup there in the clean, but she's coming on back. Slow-mo knife code, do not touch the block. Oh, my goodness. That was an internal thought, folks. Sorry about that.
Lane 2 is good for their first repetition. That's Dustin Burgeon. Looks like Caleb Desjardins is having a little bit of a
Mikey's getting fired up
bit
here.
of a consciousness issue.
Yeah,
you know,
Mikey's getting fired up for this. This is a big deal for Mikey. He needs this to stay competitive in the class.
Oh, his hands are a little too far forward. That's a little tough position.
And as you could tell, when it gets in that front rack position, due to where it is being rested on the body, athletes are getting lightheaded. It is very common to get lightheaded during this event and to unfortunately drop.
Yeah, it looks like Caleb's struggling to get a repetition on the board, which is surprising because that's another athlete I actually work with. I've seen a lot of his training. He's put up some really good numbers, and it just looks like it's a mixture of balance and getting a little too lightheaded. You can't lift something if you can't stay conscious.
And we've seen a lot of successful reps in the previous heats, but what this heat did display is just how challenging this actually is. I think we were quite spoiled in some of the reps we've been seeing. This event isn't easy by any margin.
It's
For
very
example,
tough.
it is due to the balance, like you already mentioned, due to the technique required, and like you saw with Mikey there in lane number 4. Mikey is a 600-plus pound bencher.
Yeah.
He's not someone with a weak upper body.
Yeah.
So it really comes down to a high accumulation of skill required to be marginally successful. But we have our next heat coming on up. In lane number 1, we have Maggie Van Gulik. In lane number 2, we have Leif Olsen, very Scandinavian name. In lane number 3, we have Derek Waters, Masters athlete. Shout out to the Masters. JK, not really. In lane number 4, we have Phil Kolbsky.
Is he's usually a Masters athlete? Because right now he's listed in the 90 kilo.
I think he's just being brave.
Okay, I love it.
Here we go. And we should be off. All right, Maggie with the first one to get to lap here in lane number 1. Great clean out of Maggie Van Gulik, another one of my grand athletes. And you can tell she is because she has the best press here. No big deal. All right, in lane number 3, a very successful rep from our boy, Caleb Desjardins.
That's Derek Waters.
Pardon me.
No worries. We got Phil putting some work in on that 115 kilo block. And those blocks are especially tricky, because the texture is just a little different. They're kind of smooth.
Most certainly. I would, and let's be honest, with these blocks in particular, due to the history of them, which we'll get into, thousands of hands have touched them. They are polished. They are smooth.
They have a patina.
Exactly, a patina. I love that. It's a great
patina
usage.
of power.
Great SAT word, buddy.
All right.
Maggie keep
doing
putting
some
in
work
the
in
work.
lane 1. Damn.
Making the sweaty pig proud in lane number 1.
Yeah, Leif getting a little breath before he takes another swing at this 140-pound block.
And this is Leif's first competition. He's a newer athlete. This is a very bold
Holy cow, he's
choice.
grinding it
Lane
out.
number 2, what a press!
Get the down.
Come on, Saul. Be
Nice.
generous, brother. All right.
Saul in lane number 2 is being very strict with his
He is,
judging.
which I appreciate. Appreciate.
And fair is fair. He's making sure that all of these athletes are meeting standards, and that's the way to do it, to make sure the athletes are meeting standards, be it their first or their 20th competition.
Right. You get really good at a show like Rainier, you go to a show like Nationals or America's Strongest, and you're not surprised. You know what to expect. But we are getting a bit of a weight change here. In lane number 1, at least, we are now going to the Open Amateur Women's Division, where that weight
100.
will be 100 pounds.
Yep.
Thank you. That's correct, right? 100?
Yep.
Awesome. 100. Oh, you're the man. And then where we're also moving in lane number 2, we're going to the Masters 40-plus division.
Ooh, I believe we have one more athlete athlete.
Oh, we
actually.
do. We do have
We had a
Steven.
sheet change.
But in lane number 3, we do have a weight change, and with Brandon Rose being the first athlete in the 105
Correct.
kilo men. And what is the weight there, Mr. McCarley?
210.
210. And in lane number 4, we will have our last athlete in Josh Bailey for the open men's amateur division, which will remain at the current weight of 115 kilos.
Yeah, Josh has really gotten better. I mean, in lane 2, Steven has gotten tremendously better in the last year, just watching him grow as well. But I just have to gush on Josh a little bit.
Please do.
I believe he works with Ryan Terry at the gym, right?
He does. He's good for Ryan Terry.
And he's just gotten so much better. And I see him so consistently at the gym, just busting his ass. You know, it's
super proud of Josh and his consistency. He's always there. He doesn't miss his sessions. And for those curious watching on the stream, because I saw we just had a question, lane number 1 as of right now will be featuring the open amateur women's division. Lane number 2, we are on our last athlete for the novice heavyweight men's division. Lane number 3, we will have a first athlete of the 105 kilo men's division, which is 231 pounds. And our last athlete in lane number 4 will be in the open men's ultimate unlimited weight division. So those watching at home, you now know what lane, what class.
absolutely. And
So to answer that question real quick, if you don't mind me saying, the history of the IFSA blocks. For those
tell
who don't
the
know,
people.
those IFSA blocks were purchased from Owen Haugen's gym down in Thousand Oaks, California, originally featured in the IFSA World Championships, which at the time was the strongest and most difficult competition in the world, bettering World's Strongest Man, bettering the Arnold, all those shows. So this equipment is strongman history. From IFSA, it then went to the Super Series, which was a qualifying route to World's Strongest Man. So these blocks have only been touched by the best of the best, and now continuing to raise up the next generation of strongman featured here at the Rainier Classic. Oh, that was good. Dude, that was good. Come on, that was pretty sick, huh? You like that? That was off the rip.
It's beautiful.
That's that
man.
Adderall, baby. All right, ladies.
Here we
Ladies and
go.
gentlemen, we were pretty close to the start of our next heat here.
Lane number 1, again, 100 pounds in the block, Jennifer Whedon. Lane number 2, 140 in the block, Steven Schneider. Lane number 3, 210 in the block, Brandon Rose. Lane number 4, 115 kilo IFSA block.
Yes, sir.
From the wonderful story of Mr. Alec Jose. And we have 115 kilo for Josh Bailey in lane number 4.
That's right. Here we go. And we are off. Steven first to chest here with a beautiful and smooth first rep. Way to go, Steven.
This one
Yep.
here?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Lane number 1 working on her second repetition and a beautiful strict press. Steven with another beautiful press. Lane number 3 working real hard for that chest position. Zach, why is it that sometimes athletes are able to get their hands back versus not in order to once they get to the chest?
Oh man, there's so many things that can be contributing factors, but realistically, some people are really tight in the shoulders, especially a lot of the more muscle-bound men. I could go on about it, but holy cow, we'll say. I'll keep it a little more PG. Steven is busting out repetitions.
He is.
And he is flying. Look at the kind of force he's finishing that block with. I would personally almost be concerned to lock out with that kind of force. He's like
it's
hitting
brave.
the top.
It's brave.
Oh wow. I don't think anybody's gonna match that in that that's flying. This is a conditioning exercise for him at this point.
And it really goes to show you just the range of techniques and, more importantly, skills from heat to heat, because we're seeing some athletes being quite successful and others displaying, frankly, just how accurately difficult this event is, in my opinion. So we're going to have a slight weight change. We are finished with lane number 1 in that we are now going to the Masters 40 division, lane number 2. Lane number 3. We are still in the 105 kilo men's division. Mac Murphy's coming up next. And we are done with our open amateur men. So lane number 4 will be shut down.
Yep.
We will have 3 lanes remaining. Jennifer Whedon just finished her first go at the first event here in lane number 1. She did fantastic. I believe she got at least 3 reps, maybe more. But we are now moving to Annalise Coleman in lane number 1. In lane number 2, we are moving to Matt Milstead.
There seems to be a little issue. Lane number 2 is having a weight change. Apologies. No.
Oh, you're good.
Please
You're good.
continue.
Yeah, lane number 2, Matt Milstead will be coming up in the Masters 40 division. Lane number 3 will have Mr. Mac Murphy, another Dungeon Strength member for the 105 kilo men's division. And that will be our 3 athletes remaining in the first event in our amateur portion of the contest today in event 1. We have a total of 3 events today, I believe.
Yep, and we'll be having 2 sessions today. So we have the morning session and the afternoon session.
Well, what's this afternoon, Zach? A little hype, baby?
Oh,
What do we
man.
got?
This afternoon, we're going to be seeing the pros competing.
Oh,
Now,
yeah. Pro-Am divisions.
Yeah, and the events are going to be just a little bit different. But for this morning, we're actually going to be seeing the block clean and press for reps, which you're watching right now. And then we're going to go into the head-to-head car deadlift. We're going to have 2 athletes. It's 2 athletes on the floor at once, right?
Yes, sir.
2 athletes, head-to-head, deadlifting cars. It's going to be awesome. You're going to love it. And then number 3, we're going to have the bag toss series. So that's going to be sandbags being thrown over this bar that ranges anywhere from like 13 to 15 feet in the air.
Also head-to-head, I believe.
I believe it is head-to-head. And, yeah, I feel very confident in that. I believe 2 athletes at once. The afternoon is going to have a slight change of those events. They're going to be the exacts. We'll just say they're the same except for the first portion, which is actually going to be a block press series. So it's going to be getting heavier and heavier as they go on. Moving on to the floor, lane 1, we have Annalise Coleman with 100 pounds in the block. Lane 2, we have Matt Milstead with 175 pounds in the block. Lane number 3, we have Mac Murphy with 210 pounds in the block.
That's right. Here we go. Ryan Terry, too much anticipation. Let's go. All right, here we go. And the heat has started. Annalise, first athlete to lap. A well-trained athlete by Saul Peterson. Here we go. Her first dip and drive was beautiful. Oh, my goodness. She does need to look forward.
Judge, yep.
But I will say, that dip and drive, hips over heels, drove straight up, down, both down and up. Oh, my goodness. Perfect technique with her dip and drive.
I have to say, Annalise really caught herself on a mistake right there. She was looking up, and honestly, a lot of times you can get a down call without looking at the judge. The best way is to look at the judge, though.
Oh, yeah.
And you can see as soon as she looks at the judge, her judge, who's doing a very good job, in my opinion, Dustin Tubbs, gives her the down. She just needs to display control, but she actually caught herself at the top. She started to come down and then pressed it back out and looked at him.
Did a fantastic job there. And we're seeing some of the difficulties in lane number 3 with Mac. Mac is just falling to his toes. As he dips and drives, he's not driving his knees out, so his hips cannot break backwards to stay over the midline of his foot, then forcing him to go forward, which is why he's walking forward as he nearly presses it out. Whereas you have the contrast in Annalise with a perfect dip and drive position, which is why it's able to stay over center of gravity as she finishes the lift. Figure it out, Mac. No, just joking. He's my friend. I can say that.
I was going to say, and in lane number 2, Matt Milstead got a couple repetitions. Did Matt get any repetitions?
He did not. He zeroed, I believe. But great work, Matt Milstead. Great work, Mac, as well. And great work, Annalise. So we are going to have another weight change in lane number 1. We're going to go from our open amateur women's division to our novice lightweight men's division. What weight do they got there?
Who's got 120 coming into that block for Samuel Beasley.
All right. In lane number 2, we will have our boy Jason Irwin in the Masters 40 division. In lane number 3, we'll have Darren Rovito, another former one of your athletes, another Dungeon Strength member, strong guy. We love him to bits. Big presser, big horizontal presser. So I'm hoping to see some strong pressing here today.
He's a tremendous presser in all directions, realistically. But
vertical, horizontal, behind him, forward.
Yeah, in particular, his bench press is monstrous.
Yeah, so we're going to have some weight change as we go on. Again, to go over what Zach was saying earlier, the block clean and press is the first event today for the amateurs division. We're going to go ahead and say it's the mountain heating and cooling block press. That's what I'm going to call it today. Shout out to Jake, our boy, for sponsoring this event and sponsoring every event today. Then the second event today is going to be the Burien Chevrolet deadlift for reps, front handle car deadlift. Very different from side handle. Oh, no, it is side handles. Pardon me. It is a side handle car deadlift. Front handles, hard. And then the third event today is the Cerber Strength bag throw. So big, again, shout out to our sponsors for being a part of this, for helping us out here. And as well, shout out to Puget Sound Pizza for providing food and snacks and festivities for those that are here on site, on location. If you're someone visiting the Pacific Northwest and want to get incredible food and frankly just enjoy a great environment while doing so, head on down to Puget Sound Pizza in one of their many locations. My specific favorite is the downtown Tacoma one.
Spectacular.
Every Thursday and Friday, we have karaoke there. It's pretty sick. All right, so our athletes are coming on out. Who do we got out here, buddy?
All right, coming out there, we have in lane number 1, novice lightweight men. We got 120 in the block for Samuel Beasley. In lane number 2, we have the Masters 40-plus division for the men. We got 175 in the block with Jason Irwin. And then lane number 3, we got the 105-kilo men, 210 in the block, Darren Rovito with the beautiful tie-dye shorts. He always wears those. I love it.
Good comp shorts.
Yeah, no, they're beautiful.
All right, here we go. All right, and we are off, ladies and gentlemen. First to lap is our boy Darren in lane number 3. Lane number 2 with the first successful press in the Masters Division. Fantastic work, Jason Irwin.
Oh, wow.
Darren showing that tricep strength in lane number 3.
Really powerful press right there.
Lane number 1 also successful. Great clean and transition out of lane number 1 with our athlete in Samuel Beasley.
Yep. Darren struggling to find the center of that foot. But once he finds it, that press is the easy part. All right, lanes number 1 and 2 are busting out repetitions. Looks like they're on their 3rd rep, if I'm not mistaken.
Darren, slight little mishap with his transition, we'll call it, having to go fetch the block now, but he's already gotten a good amount of reps.
Yeah, I believe he's gotten 2 repetitions. Lane 1 and 2 are working on repetitions number 4,
Yeah,
I believe
so, yeah. Very good
They're
rep out of
flying,
Samuel on lane
wow.
number 1.
Yeah, and Jason's good for 4. Darren working on 3rd repetition with 210.
Oh,
He's got to get up there, yeah. He's just having problems getting into that rack position.
Yeah, an event like this, for this division in particular, the amateur divisions, they are permitted to use grip shirts. At times, depending on your technique, the grip shirt might actually help with an event like this. For some folks, it actually might hinder them. You saw Darren there tried switching to a flipping style technique on that last attempt to quickly transition, but didn't quite work out. But I like where his head was there.
Yeah, he knew he had to move quick. Knew he was short on time. It was good situational awareness. But you gotta start busting them out. Like if you can press like that, you need to figure out how to get into that pressing position more quickly.
Right, exactly.
Because he left a lot of pressing on the table.
Yeah, it's his power is in so much excess overhead. So clearly, I'm sure the work was done for the clean, mostly for him.
Yep.
But here we go. In lane number 1, we have William Rothschild. In lane number 2, we have David Watson. In lane number 3, we have Tanner Jacobson, and that is our 3 athletes for the field. Tanner, former Sweaty Pig member, new member to the Pacific Northwest. Another one of my grand athletes.
Nice.
Lane number 1 in William, fantastic press, and Mr. Watson, lane number 2. Great work. Tanner getting to the front rack position, finding equilibrium.
Yeah, Tanner looks like his hands are a little close to him. He's gonna have trouble stabilizing. Oh, wow. But as soon as he got it overhead, it was just locked.
Really powerful off the chest. It seems as though just balance is going to be his key to success. And lane number 1, cranking out reps. And Mr. Watson in lane number 2.
I was kind of surprised to see how stable that was for Tanner overhead.
Pretty cool.
Honestly.
It was pretty cool.
Yeah, no, that was great.
He's got good coaching lineage. No big deal.
Oh, yeah. No problem.
Again, lanes 1 and 2, very systematic, very controlled. Tanner just missing the clean transition. Again, another athlete that seems to have massive excess in the shoulders, but the transition from torso to front rack is proving to be a challenge.
And say Tanner looks like he's doing a really good job in tempering his pace.
Yeah, he's not rushing.
He's not rushing. He's taking a breath between every rep. Say, man, how does he hold it like that? That's crazy.
I don't know. It helps to be strong, but Watson and William finishing out strong there. Tanner
Really
getting a
strong.
very good rep.
Yeah. Holy cow. Yeah, it looks like moving on to the next heat in lane number 1, we're going to have Carl Merritt. In lane number 2, we're going to have Patrick Carpenter. In lane number 3, we're going to have Andrew Holland.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, our athletes are already heading on out. Smart move, Mr. Carl, with that big hat out here. It's a hot day. That is a pro move. You're a big fan of wearing goofy hats at shows.
Yes.
Features you well. Speaking
right
of
over
which,
here.
here we go.
I have another one in the car.
That's right. Mr. Patrick Carpenter in lane number 2, getting his final addressing from the judge here just to ensure quality of reps is ensured. Looks like Mr. Carl did, in fact, take that hat off for the event. Probably a little smart considering he's pressing a block. And in lane number 3, Mr. Andrew Holland, another well-coached athlete by Mr. Franklin Easton, who will be competing in the Pro-Am show later today. Again, for those watching, lane number 3 is our men's 105 kilo division. Lane number 2, Masters 40 plus, and lane number 1, Novice lightweight men.
All right, getting ready.
Okay, and we're off. Okay, good cleans, good transitions from every athlete so far. Beautiful first rep out of Carl, lane number 1. Lane number 3 in position to get a rep here. He looks very strong in the upper body, holding it quite off his body, finding midfoot balance, waiting for the down call, and he gets it.
Good discipline.
Very
Really
much
good
so.
discipline.
Interestingly enough, that in lane number 3 and Andrew Holland opting to not rest the block at all on the body, floating above his chin quite a bit, just arm power to hold it.
I do wonder if he can really get into that position. No, he can. He can because he's putting the way he's putting his hands underneath.
Yeah.
It looks like he's holding it there intentionally.
Yeah. Ooh, he's got to be careful. He's got to be careful. Unfortunately, on the way up, it touched his noggin, so it became a no rep immediately.
Yeah, and he immediately asks for time. He wants to know how much time he can spend on, getting a breath, making sure that he can recover.
Carl and David in lanes 1 and 2 with more successful repetitions. Looks like our final attempt here for lane number 3 and Andrew.
Very nice work from Carl, squeaking in another repetition. Holy
and he
cow.
just gets it. Good for him.
Yeah, wow, that was really impressive from Andrew. Just squeaked in another repetition right there, right at the end.
Way to finish. Way to finish. Again, something that Zach mentioned prior is that the front racks and the ability to transition to them is basically dependent on the ability of the athlete in terms of mobility and skill. So you saw with Tanner that he didn't have a lot of mobility, so he had to lean into his strengths, which in that case was literally strength. In lane number 1, we have Rory Liebert. In lane number 2, we have Patrick Carpenter. And in lane number 3, we have James Moore, my athlete. The fact that James came out here means that he's feeling confident for a PR, because this would be a PR for 1 for James in lane number 3.
Excellent.
Yeah, so I told him, if it goes good in the back, you're welcome to try. But if it doesn't, don't you dare. So it looks like he's feeling confident today. Also, we're going down to just lanes 1 and 3, it seems, because lane number 2 is done. We're done with our men's 40 Master Division.
Yep, looks like we got Rory in lane number 1, and as you said, James Moore in lane number 3. Lane number 2 is done. Lane number 4 is done. And Rory is pretty new to Strongman, if I'm not mistaken. I saw him working with and he flipped it up like that.
Wow,
Okay.
Great rep at Rory. Very athletic. James now going to his clean.
Very nice work.
James is being quite methodical here. Again, this will be a 1-rep max PR for James. So let's see how his clean practice was.
Yep.
One more big pop, maybe.
Transition.
Oh, no. James
I like his
being
hand
patient.
placement. That's good hand placement. I really like it. Oh, he's got decent drive. Nope. Oh,
And James,
smart.
so he went
Smart.
for the PR. He knew it wasn't there. He's not going to waste energy. But good for James for even coming out and attempting it.
Yeah, Rory in lane number 1 still just busting out repetitions with that 120-pound block.
Yeah, very smooth, very consistent out of lane number 1, and Roy Liebart, our men's novice lightweight division here. Very competitive class as of right now. A lot of clean and consistent technique.
Just busting those repetitions out. When athletes are hitting 5 or more repetitions, it really becomes a conditioning game.
Yeah.
Oh,
just did not get the down call on that one. And again, it's because he was slightly wandering with the upper body and feet. Good judging by Tubbs. Okay.
Ooh, that was a little. I don't know if he just caught it weird. It kind of looked like he threw it.
Yeah, so for those watching, right, why me and Zach have a reaction to that. So typically speaking, when it comes to equipment at a show, number 1, your safety is number 1. So if you have to truly get out of the way, you will never get begrudged by a quality promoter or anything like that. However, if you're not upset with what happened and you happen to throw something out of, let's say, frustration, you have to be careful because 1, the property is quite expensive, and 2, it could put your judge or lane lead in danger. So I'm going to go and assume that was in fact just him keeping himself safe.
I think it was. 'Cause he actually went over to the judge right after, shook his hand, said thank you.
And 9 times out of 10, that's the case. People are usually pretty cool. But, you'll see something like that. A violation of the rules at this show would be if something is handled with, let's call it, recklessness, you'll get zeroed.
And that would be appropriate.
Right.
And a circumstance where someone put another individual in danger out of frustration because they didn't like a call or something like that.
Yeah.
Um,
Rare, but it can happen.
Yeah, yeah. And, you know, we've seen that, you know. So,
All right, our final athlete in lane number 3 of this pressing competition event 1 is Matthew Bindman.
Bindman, sorry,
Pardon,
I
thank
work
you
with
so
him.
much, Bindman. Yeah, I was going to say a longtime member of the strength community up here in Pacific Northwest. He's
Yep.
been to many Rainiers, he's been to many local shows, and he's a great guy.
yeah, you know, a lot of times when he's in the gym, he's actually helping other athletes. He's one of the guys that actually helps Angelica Jardine prep for a lot of competitions. So he's
So
there
he's got
for
good
a
training
lot of
partners,
those.
is what you're saying.
Absolutely. But this
Oh,
is an
great
event that he's
clean.
going to struggle with a little bit, and
Well-
I really want to see him bust this out.
Well, I was going to say that clean transition was beautiful. He was
Yeah.
well coached there. Okay, he's choosing
Yep,
to
good
stop.
call.
Maybe the press
Good
is a little
call.
much on the day.
Yeah.
Sounds like you guys might have prepped for that already.
That would have been a big PR for him, but he actually made a concrete block at his home gym, Lake Washington CrossFit up in Kirkland, and he and several of the athletes of this competition were pressing on that block. Just a little more narrow, but it was also in the 160-pound range.
Yeah.
So 160 to 210, that's a big jump.
Yeah,
you know?
it
It's,
is.
you
So-
know, and
So
a tough
again, for
movement.
those watching, I just want to do a quick shout out to Mountain Heating and Cooling for sponsoring this event and the show in totality. Thank you so much for tuning in for event number 1 here at the Rainier Classic in the amateur division. We'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes after a quick transition of equipment and flooring to go on to our second event today, which would be our head-to-head Burien Chevrolet car deadlifts. Anything you want to say for the folks before we sign on out, Zach?
Yeah, go get some water, go get some food, and hit the restroom. Show back up here in, we'll say 10 minutes. You're going to see some athletes lifting Chevy Trax. We're going to see athletes lifting Chevy Silverados. We're going to see men and women just tearing it up out here, and it's a really fun event to watch. So if you're not looking forward to that, then just show up in 10 minutes,
Yeah.
and you're going to be surprised.
See you guys.
All right, take care.
All right, we live now, Braden. We are live. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now watching the adaptive division here at the Rainier Classic. This is the second event today for our adaptive athletes. We have a high elevated trap bar deadlift on the infamous and famous IFSA wheels. The first athlete up, we have Mr. Aaron Baker. Give me just one moment, folks. Just one moment. Mr. Aaron Baker getting in some quality reps here. I need information. Aaron is out here kicking serious tail right now, getting reps. For those watching, that trap bar alone weighs 45 pounds, and the weights aside are 100 each. Those are the IFSA wheels. We have set multiple world records on those IFSA wheels with athletes like Zydrunas Savickas, Misha Koklaev, and others. Both in pulling events, both in pressing events, and now Aaron in our adaptive division is kicking butt, pulling some deadlifts. I would say Aaron was north of 15 reps there. He should be super proud of his performance. And Mr. McCarley joining us here. We just got to see Aaron Baker put a smackdown on a number of reps on the IFSA wheel trap bar deadlift for our adaptive division.
That was wonderful. I was on the side cheering a little bit. I saw him going, and I was like, you know what? I'm not going to obstruct the view of any of the crowd here. I wanted to cheer for him. And next up, it looks like we have Dante Peoples.
We will have an updated score sheet in just a few moments here. But Dante for sure is up. 60-second event for our deadlift for reps. Mr. Dante Peoples. They are doing a fantastic job in pulling. Again, this is very heavy. We've now added 90 pounds, 90 pounds to the bar for Dante in completing their deadlift for reps. Doing a fantastic job. But again, as I mentioned, Zach, these are historical pieces of equipment that now is continuing the growth of the sport. Once being at the very top, now helping those at the bottom of the sport go to the very top. It's a beautiful transition of history for this piece of equipment.
Absolutely, yeah. Those wheels have been lifted by Zydrunas Savickas.
Yeah.
In world record numbers. Like he's set those wheels, the silver wheels right there, have been lifted in world record attempts and successful world records.
Absolutely. In both deadlift, in both pressing.
Yeah.
Novikov set the world record for 18-inch deadlift world record with that exact set of wheels.
That's so awesome.
Pretty cool.
That is so awesome.
Again, thanks again for those who are tuning in on the live stream. For those asking in the commentary there, the third event today is going to be a bag throw series. But as of right now, we are in the adaptive division, and we are doing a elevated trap bar for reps. Our next athlete out is Joey Beltran, the Beast. And if you've noticed, so far, all of our athletes in the adaptive division, to no particular rule set, are choosing to go strapless, working on that grip strength there, which I know you'd appreciate.
I love that. I do love that. That makes my heart happy.
Yeah.
Do love some good grip. Joey is often moving. He's such a fun guy to watch deadlift. It's and this is a nice high deadlift for him, actually. He's just going to bust out repetitions as long as his hands can hold out, really.
Yeah. And what I really like is Joey's actually taking a second between every pull to do a quick readjustment of the skin on his on the handles themselves to create greater traction as he's pulling the bar. If he were to stay in the same spot, he runs the risk of potentially just losing the handle or the barbell slowly down the hand, or I should say the trap bar, pardon me.
I think it's fair to say handle. Same,
right? Yeah.
But any which way, he's just busting out repetitions. Lane judge Dustin Tubbs up there, really giving a very clear up and down call. And that's one of the interesting things that you're going to see about this event in particular. When we have a press, it's very clear that you've hit the bottom, you've hit the ground, and you're cycling between repetitions. In a deadlifts can sometimes be bounced a little bit. So one of the ways that Strongman gets around that is we actually oftentimes give not just a down call, but an up call.
Yes.
And so his judge is giving a down call and an up call. And so we're going to see that with these car deadlifts as well later. deadlifting in general is one of those that has a down and an up call most often, at least a high-level competition like you're seeing today. And next up, looks like we have Damon Rauscher.
Our boy Damon, the people's champion.
Nice. Yeah, he's got his eyes fixed on the judge, just paying very sharp attention to those commands. Yeah, he's very, very focused on the judge. That's really cool to watch. Very cool to see. And I can't quite see from my angle. Do we have the IFSA wheels and 245s on that trap bar?
We do.
So
And
they're lifting in excess of 300 pounds.
Absolutely.
Like,
Absolutely. And those IFSA wheels are 100 pounds each, and obviously 4 total 45ers.
yeah, so 265 plus 180 is
That much.
4. No. It's 345, right? Is that 345?
Yeah, I believe so. Damon putting on a phenomenal show, I believe, with 19 repetitions, if I heard correctly.
Very nice. Very nice.
All right, it looks like that is the end of our adaptive division. Coming up next, we will, in fact, have a transition. We should be going to our novice lightweight women. In that class, we have 2 athletes, in Rachel Tallman and Deanna Estrada. We will be moving to the actual car deadlift apparatus. I was like, do you want to talk about a car deadlift and how it might be different from, let's say, a standard straight bar deadlift for those that might be watching and listening at home?
Yeah, so, a car deadlift is very interesting, especially a side handle. Now, a side handle is going to be, of course, handles at the sides, not in front of you. And as they're deadlifting, the handles are actually going to shift backward a tiny bit. So one of the things we're going to notice with a lot of these athletes is as they're performing the movement, they're actually going to be leaning back into the movement. That's going to be a feature of the athletes that are a bit more technically proficient. Now, we will see some people that are kind of crowded over the bar, like they might be with a standard deadlift. And if their groove is perfectly upward, the handles are going to want to be behind them a little bit because it is on a fulcrum that's behind them.
Right.
So the handles are slightly drifting back through the, we'll say, arc of motion.
Quite literally.
And that's going to throw some people off if they're not ready for it. So realistically, this is a very, it can be a very technical movement, but if you are brutally strong, you can just kind of muscle it.
You could, I would say this is certainly where an athlete that's very squat focused has a pretty big advantage, that it is ultimately, let's say, very similar to a squat pattern.
Absolutely.
Knowing how to drive with a full foot, maybe not just heel, maybe not just toes, is going to be incredibly beneficial. And for those that maybe get their torso a little more upright compared to regular deadlift.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Something I like to say about certain lifts, I like to say a trap bar is like the child of a squat and a deadlift, but the car deadlift is kind of like the child of a squat and a trap bar lift, is
Certainly.
what it feels like to me when it's performed correctly.
Absolutely.
It is much, I do think that it resembles a form of squatting much more than a form of deadlifting.
Yeah.
As funny as that is.
Yeah, no, certainly. I agree completely. And with the hands being attached to the handles at a side versus a front position, they really get to either take advantage or be surprised by, they being the athletes, be surprised by, there is going to be a little bit of slack. You're going to hit a bit of a wall, and then it'll push as they start to accelerate into the handles of this car deadlift simulator.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I want to correct myself real quick. I believe the actual weight of that trap bar that we were watching was in the mid 400s.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Very strong, strapless attempt. As of right now, we're setting up. We are setting up the final positions for our judges to kick serious butt and help the athletes. Here we go, one.
We got
Again,
any
final adjustments.
I was gonna say something that I really like to do while we're streaming is open up the chat for anybody who has questions, because right now, if we were answering some questions, that would be a really good kind of filler as well.
And we actually unintentionally have already
increase
answered a few,
engagement.
as I'm seeing here. We're actually already answered quite a few that were already asked unintentionally in just our basic commentary. But, again, for those wondering, we are moving on to our novice division in our novice lightweight women's division. The two and only athletes that will be coming out is Rachel Tallman and Diana Estrada. Rachel coming out with the win in event number 1, getting 7 reps on the block, clean, and press, and Diana with 5.
5. Wow. So, as I mentioned, I know Diana Estrada was worried about. She was hoping for maybe 1 or 2. That was a huge PR.
Yeah, 5 is fantastic.
Yeah,
I'm sure
huge
Rachel
PR.
also hit a PR, if I had to guess.
Huge PR for
based
both
on her
of them.
training.
60 seconds up and down command.
All right, yeah. And as Lucas, the thickness Hatton, the one-armed Hatton that you saw this year, we have up and down commands. This event will be 60 seconds long for the athletes to get as many reps as they possibly can.
Does Lucas Large Legs Hatton have a proper name? We'll say like a proper.
Oh, it's whatever your heart desires. in the
Oh,
moment.
okay.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
ever-flowing.
Okay.
Like our love for Strongman.
Yes.
There's
Beautiful.
there's no boundaries. There's no set in stone.
Well, it's good to know Lucas the Quadfather Hatton does
Yeah.
not, pigeonhole himself in any kind of way. You know,
Certainly.
he's he's just able to. He's good enough to handle more than one nickname, I think.
Yeah, he's a big enough man for many names.
Yes.
I know this is an event that you have done before in the past, and as we're quickly getting set up and before the athletes come out here, are there any small tips and tricks that you think about when you've done a car deadlift, which I'd imagine is probably the best possible deadlift variation for someone in your skill set?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if we're actually looking at, it's this kind of movement is so hard to like have an actual world record in, but it's for like Ultimate Strongman League, I actually have the world record for this movement.
Oh, geez, there you go.
I did beat several 400 kilo plus deadlifters at that competition for this event. It is, there's something with this movement in particular. I really like to pay attention to leaning back just a little bit.
Yeah.
And really getting into the legs, and it's very, very
Yeah.
important. If you come over the bar and you start to pull, I can barely even get maybe 70% of my max up.
So what you're saying is if your torso tends to fall forward a little bit, it's going to be that much harder to be successful with something like this. And for those in the chat that are wondering, like we had a question here, how important is your stance? Well, it's very important, but what I would ultimately say when doing a car deadlift, and let's say maybe compared to a standard deadlift, right? The stance that I would personally suggest people to go in would be that of whichever position you could jump the highest. That is often always the better stance. Not always, depending on your hip socket depth and things like that, but wherever you can produce the most force straight down is going to be your most beneficial stance. Some people enjoy a really wide stance with the car deadlift. Some people like really narrow.
I would agree. I'd agree with what you said right there. Most of the time, I'm going to err on a slightly wider stance versus a narrow stance, and a stance that, one of the things I tell my athletes, when your hand is on the handle, you want your hand all the way to the front, and you want your finger pointing somewhere between the front of your shin and the ball of your foot.
And that is ultimately sounds like to create equal balance between the full foot based on what you're saying. Is that correct? Is that a fair assumption, Zach?
Absolutely. If you have your foot any further forward at the lockout, you're going to be leaning back too hard. But if you have your foot any further back, you'll be leaning forward too hard.
So then taking away from that balance we talked about.
Yeah.
But here we go. Both athletes strapping up here. We have in our novice lightweight women's division, Diana Estrada in lane number 1, and in lane number 2, Rachel Tallman. It is Tallman, right?
Yes,
Okay,
correct.
All right, athletes successfully getting their straps locked and loaded, waiting for the judges to give them the okay as soon as they're prepared.
Yeah, and this will be a fun one to watch because Diana is a monstrous side puller. Like she's
built perfect for the event.
She's in a standard trap bar. She's a mid 300-pound deadlifter.
Well, Diana just made a huge mistake. She used to wait for her up command. She did not wait, so she lost a rep there. Rachel, so far, nice and consistent.
And Rachel doing a pretty good job of staying in those legs. It's is actually an event I know she was a little concerned about, but she's doing a good job racking up repetitions.
Yeah, and the reason being is there's a massive difference in body type between Rachel and Diana. Rachel is a very tall individual, roughly 5'10", 5'11", if I had to guess here, whereas Diana, a bit shorter, if I had to guess, maybe 5'4". The shorter athlete tends to be more successful, specifically in a side handle deadlift, due to just anthropomorphic advantage. However, Rachel is sticking to really good technique there, leaning back, kind of like what you mentioned, for adequate
good
technique
work,
and getting a very successful rep.
Both of these athletes actually doing a really good job with their positioning, staying on the center of the foot, leaning back through the pole, but not excessively. That was a very good work from both of them.
Very
And
much so.
So this is Rachel's first competition. I know for a fact that was her first time. That was her first time deadlifting a car. That's so awesome. That is so awesome. That's really fun.
Hey, Saul, get up and down, like, fully so we can see it. Yeah.
All right.
So now we have a slight weight change. We are moving to another division now for those watching at home. We are moving to the 64-kilo amateur division where we have 3 total athletes. So what we'll have at first is an athlete going by themselves in Caitlin Anderson, presumably. Actually, no, that is incorrect. We'll have Jennifer.
No,
Oh, no, it is Caitlin. Yep.
Yeah,
it is
we just heard
Caitlin
it.
Anderson going by herself in lane number 1. Again, due to an odd amount of athletes in the 64-kilo amateur division.
Yeah, and that'll be on the right of your screen. The
Yep. So the
lanes
right
are
of
actually switched
our,
on the
our
screen.
lane markers on screen are incorrect.
Yep,
We need,
lane-
and
okay,
he's getting
they're
them
getting
fixed
switched.
right now. No one's better than Braden with the swiftness here, but Caitlin Anderson is in fact in lane number 1, right on screen.
That
right on
needs to
screen.
be his nickname, Braden the Swiftness.
Braden the Swiftness Hendrickson. Here we go. With the arguably the most fashionable hair here, we have Caitlin Anderson getting ready to pull her car deadlift setup.
That is a really fun hair contrast.
It's very
Like,
neat.
yeah.
And if I had to guess, it's Paulson. So she's adjusting her feet there. She was
Good
a little,
adjustment.
She was
Very
a little
good
too
adjustment.
far forward, right?
Yep.
Or pardon me,
Too far-
backward.
Yep, too far
And-
back. She's getting folded forward.
Yep.
And honestly, she's still a little forward. You
She
can see
could
she's
get
trying to
more
deadlift
forward.
like a normal
Yeah,
deadlift.
she could bring her feet, and she just did. She just brought them forward.
And she brought him back. That's going to make it a little tougher. Yep.
Yeah.
There's too much on the back.
She's running into the challenge that I mentioned earlier in that once you initiate the pull, you're hit by an initial wave of weight. You're getting
Yep.
the slack out of the bar. You have to commit to just keep applying pressure and not be fearful of it not moving. That is
Absolutely.
the difference between a car, let's say a car deadlift and maybe a standard deadlift, assuming
Yep.
you're not using a deadlift bar or something with it.
No, absolutely. There we go. I definitely think she would really benefit from moving her feet 1 or 2 inches forward and then leaning back a little bit more. But she's still busting out repetitions.
Yeah.
She's got, like, this is one of those cases where she is just so strong she can make it work.
Yeah, massive shout out to Caitlin Anderson in just being a total unit and doing a
Unit.
fantastic work and getting those reps, despite maybe not the best position of feet, but she figured it out on the fly. Way to go, buddy. Also, her first
awesome.
Rainier Classic appearance. So shout out to Caitlin.
Spectacular. Yeah, and I hope it's really clear that when we're giving feedback like that, we're just, a lot of the athletes have actually indicated directly to me, and I'm sure to you, that they will watch this back and they will hear some of our feedback and they'll incorporate it in their own training. And so it's kind of fun to convey that to the audience in
Yeah.
real time, but it's also something that we like to do for the athletes.
We're not being dicks.
Yeah, I mean, like, if we want to be dickheads, we can be dickheads. But, like, most of the time, we're not. We'll say that. I feel
Yeah.
like that's a confident statement.
Absolutely. So coming up next, we will have a Jennifer Martinez in lane number 1 and Zoe Rafter in lane number 2 in the 64-kilo division. Here we go. Jennifer utilizing a perfect stance, a little forward with the feet, a little wide, and is utilizing a perfect just wedging of the hips to get the apparatus moving. Really solid technique.
I think Zoe is literally perfect right here.
Yeah,
She's,
Rafter.
At the start, her shoulders are a little forward.
Right.
But she's coming into position.
Yeah, she knows how to swing her hips into position and trust that lean back, like you mentioned earlier in lane number 2. Both athletes utilizing brilliant aspects of technique for the specific event. In particular, I really like where Martinez's torso is in the start of the pole. Both athletes right now this is a cardio fest. They're working their butts off.
Absolutely.
Zoe nearing the end of her work capacity, it seems. Martinez just starting to get some final reps here as we're getting towards the end. Really good work out of both athletes. Oh, a bit of a just slip there of the strap, but she is okay.
I'm glad she's okay. That kind of slip is one of those slips that worries me the most in this kind of event. When one hand comes completely off and the other's still stuck there, that can really torque the back in a negative way.
Thankfully, she is a shorter athlete, so the distance she had to travel with the still strapped in hand wasn't as bad as it could have been. Let's say if someone was 6'4".
Yeah.
Because that's more falling time, if you will. But fortunately, we got a really great display out of strength and technical proficiency out of that second heat here, and that was great. So that was the end of our women's 64 kilo division. We're moving on to the 84 kilo division here.
Yeah, Ashley Jean Andrea in lane number 1 and Maggie Von Gulick in lane number 2.
Absolutely. So we have a Dungeon Strength member and a Sweaty Pig member representing. Sister gyms, as we like to commonly say, the Sweaty Pig of Utah, who is the sponsor of the dumbbell event later, is in fact the sister. Yep. They still got it. Yep. Good question, though. So Braden just asked, if the athlete has a down command, but let's say they fall down with one hand because they're still strapped in, do they get the rep?
That's a tricky one.
And
that's a tricky one.
As of today, because it wasn't clarified, they do.
Yeah,
but
it would almost...
it could change depending on the show.
Yeah, I mean, I think... So unless they made a decision on the floor right there and then it's ubiquitously applied, that's one of those that, like, you could say it was a loss of control.
Yeah, you could make the argument.
Yeah, like that one could go either way. You saw him make
did.
that call.
Yes.
Okay.
So here we go. Again, we have Ashley Giandria in lane number 1, lane number 2, Maggie Von Gulick, Sweaty Pig in the dungeon.
Yeah, 82 kilo women out there. This is your entire 82 kilo class.
Oh, I love this.
For the
They're
amateurs.
both neck and neck, both respecting the down commands and up commands. Maggie needs to slow down just a little bit. There you go. Good adjustment for Maggie.
Looks like Maggie's up 1 repetition,
Yep.
possibly 2. So Ashley's got a little bit of work to do.
Both athletes seriously committing to the lean back and wedging of the hips. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
Oh, no. Ashley's really got to get some more bend in those knees if she wants to get in a good position.
Yep.
She's
Maggie
really
looks
putting
like
a ton of pressure on her upper back.
Yeah, strong upper back in Ashley. Maggie really cranking out the reps here. At this point, she certainly is PRing.
Yeah, positioning's gorgeous from Maggie. She's doing a really good job. Creating tension, stabilizing, and then leaning back just a little bit as she applies force directly through the feet, like you said.
Right.
You know, because that really is what it comes down to. How much force can you put down?
Exactly. Great work out of both athletes in Ashley Giandria and Maggie Von Gulick.
Both of them are breathing nice and hard. An embrace right there. Good work.
Fantastic effort. And frankly, a whole lot of reps out of both of them. 90% positive both athletes just had a PR personal best there.
That was awesome.
Yeah, that was
they were
watch.
throwing down. Man.
Yeah, that was cool.
That was good.
It was perfect head to head for quite a few moments there. But
Absolutely.
We are moving divisions now. Where are we going, Zach?
We're going to be going to the Open Amateur Women. And actually, I
we
think
have 2 athletes.
There's a little mistake because I believe Annalise Coleman is in the novice. Is she not a novice? Is she an open amateur?
Open. Yeah, she is in the open.
Oh, man. I feel old.
I know. I literally remember meeting her when she was in high school.
Yeah, I know.
She's
me
like
too.
24 and married
What?
now. It's
Whoa.
weird, dude.
Oh,
I know.
man.
I don't know if you know this, Zach, but we're old.
No.
We have gray hairs. We're almost irrelevant.
Jeez,
We're in the coaching chair now, dude.
I got my first gray shoulder hair the other day.
That was your first?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I have
You got a couple?
So many.
Oh,
it's not
man.
good. Yeah.
I was like, oh, geez.
But
Oh,
all
it's
that means
coming.
is we are in fact dying. And that's okay.
Yeah, that's how it goes, man. Okay, sorry.
But you know who's
Open-
not dying?
Yeah.
Annalise Coleman in lane number 1 and Jennifer Whedon
There
in
we
lane
go.
number 2.
There we go.
2 very powerful and strong and healthy and way fitter than us athletes. Well, I'll speak for myself.
That is the Open Amateur Women class that we're going to be seeing right here. Did we have the weight? Did we have a weight change or was it the same?
We
I think
did
it's the same.
a slight increase. We added 10 more pounds per side of each handle, so a total of 20 total pounds
I'm not
added.
seeing it.
I believe there's 2, or they went from a 10 to a 25. Pardon me.
Oh, okay. we like to always double check,
Yeah, gotta be
always
sure.
like give a look before the classes go.
Yeah, so here we go. Again, we have our open amateur women's Annalise Coleman in lane number 1 and Jennifer Whedon, lane number 2. 60 seconds of total time. Up and down commands, car deadlifts. Whedon with the first successful
Woo!
rep.
Oh
Annalise.
man, Annalise is getting dialed.
She is patient, her
She
eyes
looks
are wide,
fierce.
and her technique is beautiful.
Yeah, holy cow. Both these athletes are moving, but Jennifer Whedon is
Looking
really
metronomic.
powerful.
She's looking metronomic in her
so
approach.
powerful. And I want to tell people something. Looking at lane number 2, Jennifer is keeping some tension in those handles. I think that is a really good call.
Yeah,
That is a very good call.
It stops you from having to deal with the pure brunt force of the what is the term now? Of course, I'm blanking out. The attention of the bar, the slack.
Yep.
Oh, thank you, the slack.
Yes, that's the one.
Annalise really doing a phenomenal job in maximizing her potential in this event. Her positions are good. She's clearly not as strong as Whedon, but her approach to the event is perfect. Just running out of steam here. Definitely a successful event for both athletes, but it looks as though Whedon gets the W in this heat.
Yeah, so with Jennifer, we saw her hit a ton of repetitions, very powerful athlete, but those last 2 repetitions, if you were paying attention to lane number 2 on the left of your screen, you did not see the lane judge, Saul Peterson, lower his hand or give her a down call. I think this is a great opportunity for us to discuss the lift standards of this movement.
Yeah. So ultimately, it's a fairly simple event in that what you have to do is wait for on the very first rep when the time starts, you could pull as you please. As soon as the timer starts, you could pull whenever. The moment you are at the top of the lift with hips and knees and ankles and shoulders all in a straight line as you're standing tall, you don't have to lean back, you don't have to lean forward, you have to be in a straight line. As soon as that happens, you get a down command. Once you're in the bottom of this lift in particular, you must wait for the up command to then engage again to initiate your subsequent repetition. Pretty clear? Pretty good?
Yeah.
We
I like to make it really, like the way that I usually explain things, and I like to make it the same with almost every kind of lift. It's true with overhead pressing. It's true with deadlifting. Knees locked, hips locked, shoulders back and head through, and then eyes on the judge.
Yep.
If you achieve those things, you're usually good with pressing. We also have to worry about elbows locked, making sure the feet are square.
Yeah, there's a commonality of having square and balanced foot pressure and stacking of joints to really get a down command in basically any lift or any event outside of moving. I'd say, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
For those that are watching right now, we are actually adjusting the vehicles being used. So we are swapping out the vehicles. So we need heavier and larger ones, which is exciting because we are in fact moving on to our novice lightweight men's division. Right?
Yeah, we'll be seeing. So you did see the Chevy Trax out there, and now we're moving on to a Chevy Silverado.
Bigger vehicle.
Bigger vehicle.
Bigger wheels.
Bigger people. Heavier weights.
Very much so. Right.
Yeah,
so for those watching at home on the stream, first off, thanks for tuning in. We have about, let's see, how many folks are watching this right now? I'll tell you right now. We got about 118 people watching live, so thank you for all those that are tuning in and watching. I am, in fact, old enough to be completely all gray. Thank you very much, Frederick, for mentioning that in the comments, which is hilarious. I'm younger than you, but whatever. It's fine.
I was going to say, do we have any questions from them before we get into sponsors?
Yeah, if you guys have any questions, go ahead and jump on in. But in the meantime, while you're typing your questions, I'm going to quickly shout out Burien Chevrolet for being the primary sponsor of this event in particular, giving us all these vehicles for free to feature their store, where they operate, where they fix vehicles, where they sell vehicles, and we are in fact on site at Burien Chevrolet here in Burien, Washington. Duh, that's where we are.
So if you're around, come on down.
The show is in fact free. You can walk up and pop a squat if you'd like to watch the show live. So if you're in the area locally, go ahead and drive down. You have a pro show for 2 days.
I'm not sure about that. I actually think there is an admission fee.
Is it? Well, if it isn't free, pay for it. It's sick. It's
It
a
is,
great show.
It is a great way that you can support your local strongman scene. I do think there is an admission fee. I just don't want anyone to be surprised by that.
If
but
you're not surprised, I'll give you like $5. Don't worry about it.
yeah, come on by, and he will give you $5.
I'll give you 5 whole doll hairs.
All right. These trucks are getting loaded up. And, you know, one of the really cool things about Burien Chevrolet is they actually allowed the athletes to come out and try out this exact setup before the competition. A couple weeks ago, I was out here. I watched several athletes give these a tug. I gave them a pull as well. And it was just fun. It was fun getting everything dialed, you know, and getting the weights settled on, because one of the things with the car or truck deadlift is sometimes it can be way too light or way too heavy.
Yeah. And for those watching, there is no exact weight right now for these vehicles because it all comes down to where it's placed on the actual car deadlift apparatus. Is it one notch closer, one notch further? That determines the quote-unquote difficulty. So we're not giving you exact weights today on these vehicles for the amateur or pro show, but just know it's adequately difficult every class. The goal being anywhere from 6 to 12 reps being the winner, no more than that. Anything beyond 12 on a car deadlift, you probably messed up in your designing of the event.
Yeah, or you have an extremely strong outlier. I honestly think, you know, it's when it comes down to competition design, you want kind of a rule of thirds, at least at high level. It's okay for a third of the competition to zero. You usually don't want to see a full third, but if about a third is zeroing on a movement, that's okay. If you see a third of the competition hitting below 5 repetitions, that's perfectly fine. And then if you see a third of the competition really running those reps up into the 8, 9, 10, even 15 range, that is perfectly okay. But you want a distribution, you know, and even better if your thirds are 1 to 3, and then 4 to 8, and then 8 plus. That's like a perfect distribution.
That would be basically perfect for almost any level of show. You know, obviously the show that we're featuring as of right now is in fact an amateur competition. So you might see slightly lighter weights when we're featuring the novice division, for example, amongst these amateurs. But as the show goes on, especially in the open amateur divisions and in the pro-am featured later today and tomorrow, Zach's breakdown there is completely apt and probably exactly what we're going to see based on the testing of the event. For those asking, we see what shoes are best for our side handle deadlift event. Anything flat. You know, anything flat, I would say. You don't really need a heel. You don't really need even that much shoe. Frankly, I personally would probably go out barefoot or with very grippy socks, making myself shorter, which is going to be more advantageous for an event or for this event in particular, and allowing for greater traction into the floor.
Yeah, I like to wear either just barefoot if you can, or maybe some Converse, something really flat, something really stable. Making sure we don't have a heel on the shoe that's going to pitch you kind of forward and make you lift it higher than you need to. I would be weary of going out in certain kinds of socks because sometimes that can be a little too slick.
Keep that train of thought. For those watching right now, yes, we are aware we lost the video feed. We are moving the camera because it overheated. However, you can still hear us for now and see what's on screen. So it'll be back in just a moment. But you were saying?
Yeah, no, I've got to finish my thought, I think. Just if you are lifting, you want to be really acutely aware of exactly what you mentioned if you're wearing socks, like grippy socks. Making sure that it's something that is not slick. If you wear socks, make sure they're not just like pure nylon socks or something that's going to slip on the surface that you're lifting on, because you do have a tremendous amount of force that you're generating through the feet. And if you have a slippy surface, that is exactly how you just completely blow. You know, you can rip a hamstring off the bone with a slip like that, or an adductor, or anything. It's just bad. Make sure you have good connection with the ground.
Exactly. And that's for any deadlift, but specifically with the side handle car deadlift, I would say probably barefoot is best, if I'm being honest. For this specific one, there are other deadlift variations where maybe you like wearing a very flat shoe, like a Chuck Taylor or a wrestling shoe, for example. But for this event in particular, barefoot is best.
Absolutely.
So right now, for those watching, we are changing vehicles. We already mentioned we're getting a much larger vehicle from the Burien Chevrolet put on the car deadlift setup, and we're ensuring that the handles length and width is exactly the same between each car. That's super important because that dictates the difficulty. Every fortunately, the way that these car deadlift simulators are set up, quite literally everything can be measured, but it just needs to be sure it's done properly.
Yep, and this is for the people at home that are curious, this is the Chevy Silverado 1500.
It is a Chevy. Let's see here. All right. So nearly there with our setup. For those watching the stream right now, so we got a question today talking about slipping. Will Thor make 5'11" today? Well, I mean, Thor's training looked
I almost
quite
brought
good.
that up. I almost brought it up.
Yeah,
actually.
yeah. Well, someone asked.
Yeah.
So Thor's training looked pretty great. It's possible that he gets this pull. I mean, again, back-to-back world records is a very difficult thing to manage, but he has actually done it before. You know, when he first hit his 5:01 at his 5:10, there was, I believe, 6 to 8 weeks in between. Pretty incredible.
Yeah, he was. I'm just gonna say it. He was good for 5:15. It was purely a loss of power or power leakage or whatever you want to call it, due to those feet slipping.
It didn't help. You know, it certainly didn't help.
I think it killed it. It absolutely killed it. Kills your glute activation. Kills ability to root into that movement.
Yeah,
like,
you're not going to move 1,100 pounds moving body parts from the base, right? So
you just can't.
I certainly believe it is entirely possible. You know, at the end of the day, we're talking something that's over 1,100 pounds, and so far the only human to do it consistently is him. And you know, make or miss, it's outstanding that we're even in a position to watch someone go for something like this. So it's very exciting.
Yeah, no, I have all the faith that he's just going to hit it. Like,
Yeah,
he's going to hit it today.
I'll never doubt him. I'll put it that way. So
I wouldn't.
I'm looking forward to watching the attempt. You know, again, this is another Enhanced Games event, so shout out to them, and we're very much looking forward to seeing that. But again, for those watching and tuning in, we are just adjusting right now in between divisions because we are changing the weight by quite literally changing the vehicle used for our car deadlifts. Previously, we had an SUV. Now we're at a very large pickup truck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and again, if you guys got any questions, leave them in the box. Leave them in the comments. I like answering questions live. I think it's fun.
Yeah,
man,
it's a good time.
Maybe we need to do a live sometime.
Yeah, we certainly could for the what's the name of our show? Programming for the Podium.
Yeah,
I literally forget the name of our own show so many times. But yeah, so it looks like we're just about set up. I see that we have our cars in position. I see we have our handles matching. I see the length and width is perfectly okay. So I'd imagine we're coming up pretty soon here and featuring our novice lightweight men. The first of 4 athletes within that division will be Samuel Beasley in lane number 1. And in lane number 2, we should have Rory Leibart. So they'll be the next 2 athletes featured pulling these very large pickup trucks here at the 6th annual Rainier Classic in the car deadlift event. Looks like we're just about good. I hear Lucas Hatton confirming a bunch of things too. Yes, the lightweight Chevrolet, exactly.
Yeah, jeez.
Zach, we have one quick question before we go back to commentary. Someone wants to know in the chat, what's the biggest animal you think you could fight and win, Zach McCarley?
Oh, man, somebody's asked me this before.
Yeah. Animals are crazy. People don't understand.
I feel like I had a really good answer for this because one of my really good friends and old roommates, Ben Rice, asked me this, and I thought about it for like a week, and I came up with a really good answer. But it's been years. What's the biggest animal? Well, flat out, like, I feel like I could take a deer. I feel like an elk or a moose would just murder me. Oh, we got guys coming out. I'm gonna think on that.
We
both got to think about this. This is a really good question. Do you have an answer for it?
I don't, but
Okay,
I'll give you one in a little bit. But in lane number 1, we have Mr. Samuel Beasley. And lane number 2, Rory Leibart. This is our men's novice lightweight divisions. And what will be happening right now is the car deadlift. We have 60 seconds to get as many reps as possible. We need up and down commands. The up commands will be on every rep that is after the initial repetitions to start the event. So you have a very good understanding. We are allow figure 6 straps today in this competition. No figure 8s permitted. What's up?
You smell burning?
There's some pizza over there. I don't know. Hopefully it's just pizza.
A little bit of pizza.
Or we're having a stroke. We're about to find out. But here we go. We are going. What? Dude, we are live right now. All right, here we go. Athletes are coming on up. And the event is starting.
Oh, a little loss of control from Rory right there in lane number 2.
And it wasn't, I wouldn't describe it as a weakness. I would describe it more as him being in the wrong position with his feet.
Absolutely, just a loss of balance.
Okay, yep. All right, here we go. Again, these athletes are doing a great job of feeling that initial wave of tension, what I described as the slack before, which very rarely happens with a fixed apparatus when doing deadlifting, but with a car deadlift, due to the length of the lever, you will have some slack to pull before the entirety of the weight is hit to you. In lane number 1, we're seeing very good technique in keeping a vertical torso and then leaning back into the rep. In lane number 2, very strong lower back, very strong hips and hamstrings, but a little bit rounding of the back. And as your fatigue accumulates, specifically with the car deadlift, you'll see that the repetitions will get a little harder to complete with that technical approach. Both athletes ultimately doing a fantastic job, and the time is just about out. Great work from Samuel Beasley in lane number 1 and Rory Liebert in lane number 2. And for those in the chat, yeah, you know, I see someone there mentioning this makes you want to get a truck. Dude, go get a Burien Chevrolet vehicle. We would love it. Support our sponsor. And the gentleman saying this makes you want to come out of retirement, buddy. Competitions for any stage in your life, and you're always welcome to compete. And frankly, I would encourage you to sign up for the Rainier one year. So give it a shot. We're moving on to our next 2 athletes in the novice lightweight division. Who do we got here, Zach?
Looks like in lane number 1, we're going to have Carl Merritt. In lane number 2, we're going to have William Rothschild. And this is actually the, make sure I got that right. Yeah, this is the second of 2 heats for our lightweight men in the novice division.
Yeah.
Lightweight being 231 pounds and under.
That's right, in the novice division. We had a great question in the chat here. Why are the judges slightly angled off to the side? Well, my friend, for those asking in the chat, it's because they need to ensure that ankle, knees, and hips are in fact locked out. If they are straight on with the athlete, it is hard to see the profile of their body to ensure that there is a quality of rep being completed. That is why the judges are slightly off center.
Yeah, and this is one of those circumstances where when the athlete or when the judge is that far out to the side, it's really important to listen, because if it were, you know, if I was really going for it, I wouldn't want to turn my head to that degree to make eye contact.
Exactly. Right now, we are seeing an absolute rep fest and a technical masterclass out of these 2 athletes in this division. These 2 have clearly trained well and coming very prepared for this event. Very
really
vertical
strong
torsos and the initial pulls, anticipating the slack. Honestly, the only thing that could maybe be done better out of either one of these gentlemen is carrying tension on the way down to push right into the next rep. But besides that, what a powerful display of technical approach
Absolutely.
here.
And it's tough to pull a weight from completely slacked to lockout that quick. Mm-hmm. Both of these athletes are doing a great job. It is interesting to watch. Rothschild is a very much more vertical lifter in this movement. And then in lane number 1, Carl on the right of your screen is actually leaning back a little bit better, in my opinion. So from a technical execution standpoint, I liked Carl's technique a little bit better, but whatever, you know, that being said, William over in lane number 2, it was working for him. So
yeah.
If that works for you, then it works for you. You know, it's one of the beautiful things about Strongman is you know, so long as you meet the movement standards and it works for you, then you can keep doing that.
Yeah. Coming up next, we are in fact moving to our novice heavyweight men's division. The vehicle will not change, but the weight on the handles of the car deadlift setup or the apparatus will. So we're at a little bit of weight here. How much so, we'll let you know in just a few moments. But We're very much looking forward to seeing what the athletes do in this next division. In our novice heavyweight men's, we should have Rex D. Joyner in lane number 1. And in lane number 2, we should have Leif Olsen, with quite possibly the most Scandinavian name of all time.
I was gonna say
The only
holy
thing
cow.
more Scandinavian than Leif Olsen is Jorgen Bjorgensson.
Yeah, or yeah, George. I was gonna say Redbeard
Yeah,
or
right,
something
sure,
like,
very
like
much
Eric,
so.
Eric Redbeard. Or
All right, so
we have a
looks
couple
like-
really good Scandinavian names
Yeah.
in here. Actually, we
So
have an
we-
Ericsson as well.
yeah, so we didn't add weight, but we dropped the depth of the handles to increase the difficulty for the novice heavyweight men's division. So again, we have Mr. Rex D. Joyner in lane number 1, right of screen, and in lane number 2, Leif Olsen in lane number 2, left of screen. All right, both athletes are strapping on in. We have two very proficient and professional leveled judges in Josh Hatfield and Connor Gordon. Here we go.
Ooh, a little adjustment from Leif in the lane number 2. His feet are definitely further back than I would like to see him. It's just putting way too much pressure on that back.
Right.
Making me anxious.
And due to the height of that athlete, lane number 2, I would suggest a slightly wider stance to help him reduce his total height.
Absolutely. He needs to scoot those feet up just a tiny bit more and trust the bar to hold him up. Oh, that's another way to do it, I guess. I mean, he's taking the other approach.
He's getting a no rep there, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's really pushing forward on the foot. I mean, that is an alternative way to perform this movement. It's one that I personally don't like quite as much. I think it's considerably more dangerous. But he's making it work for him. I mean, he's busting out repetitions.
Yeah, he's going for it. I would say the use of those straps were not the best moves. His straps are just not long enough to actually stay on. But great work out of both athletes in our novice heavyweight division, and Rex DeJoyner and Leif Olsen. For those asking us a question here in chat, what is the weight of the apparatus or weight in hands? The weight in hands is heavy as hell. That is the weight in hands. We do not have that information for you, but what we could tell you is that it was tested well and an adequate weight was chosen.
Yeah, my best estimate, and I won't be able to tell you with extreme accuracy until I see about the 90-kilo men, because I know what several of them are really capable of. But I would estimate what they have in hand right now is really close to about 500 pounds. But it is also 500 pounds that you've never felt in a deadlift, because the way that the leverage works, it would be like 500 pounds in pure steady band tension.
In a
You can
very
see how
fixed
fast-
position.
Yeah, you see how fast that handle flipped down
Yeah.
when it was lost? It doesn't fall like a barbell would fall.
Right.
It gets whipped down because the weight is actually further closer to the fulcrum. So it's a much different kind of weight.
Yeah, so in lane number 2, we can see that Chandler Ray is opting
No
to not use
straps.
straps, which
What is he
is a
doing?
massive mistake in my opinion,
doing?
just to be blunt.
Yeah.
He wasn't, his
Needs to
body's
grab
strong
some
enough,
straps.
but not utilizing straps, he zeroed the event. Lane number 1, and Dustin Bergen, slowly but surely trying to get some repetition here.
Come on, Dustin. 20 seconds. Let's go.
I wonder if he had like a side bet with someone or something. Like, there's got to be more of a story right there for Chandler over in lane 2, because
That was a silly
That's-
goose move.
yeah, I mean, and yeah, that's very strange. Maybe he only had figure 8s or something, and he didn't think to ask someone to borrow. In this event, straps are allowed, so it's a huge disadvantage to go without them, and you might as well just use them.
Yes.
But additionally, no figure 8 straps are allowed today. We're not allowing the athletes to use figure 8 straps on this. We deemed it to be just a little too dangerous.
Well, ultimately, it comes down to this show being leading into the Pro-Am division, and once you're in the Pro-Am division of this competition, in particular in the Open division, you qualify for North America's Strongest Band, where it is not permitted. So it follows down the chain of shows that you could qualify through this show, the rules. So coming up next, we have James Yadin in lane number 1 and Weasley Smith in lane number 2.
One of the maybe I shouldn't get into this one right now, but it's recently come to my attention that there's a large amount of people that don't know how to use standard straps.
They don't. And we could talk about that when the event's done,
Yeah.
because, I mean, you could rant on that.
Yeah.
But it is really obvious right now that so many people have gotten used to figure eights that they've forgotten the skill of a figure six. But here we go. Both athletes, from the looks
Wow,
of it,
that was powerful. Holy cow.
very good reps.
Yeah, a lot of athletes opting for, the traditional straps. Some people call them figure sixes. I just call them straps, or figure nines, some people say. But also, we have some Versa grip variations out there.
Yeah.
Lane number 2 using that. But he's busting out repetitions. It's a lot of power straight off the ground.
Really is. And choosing to utilize a speed approach to fight the initial inertia of the vehicle. It can work when you have energy. When in fatigue, however, it might be something that's difficult to maintain.
Absolutely, and it's something that is, if you're out of position, you put a ton of pressure down. If you put a ton of force down, I find it to be very fatiguing. Honestly, I like to get into position and then focus on steady force generation as opposed to jerking. But it's working for him, you know what I mean?
It really is.
It's gorgeous.
Both athletes getting in a tremendous amount of reps.
I believe that was Wesley Smith in lane number 2.
It was.
And James Yadin in lane number 1 on the right of your screen. Next up, we're going to have Nicholas in lane number 1 and Steven Schneider in lane number 2. Can you help me with that last name? Is it Nacion?
Nacion, yes.
Okay, Nicholas Nacion in lane number 1 on the right of your screen. Steven Schneider in lane number 2 on the left of your screen.
Let's give a round of applause, everybody. That's some work.
All right, great work out of both athletes. We are still in our novice heavyweights division, where again, we should have Nicholas K. Nacion and a Steven Schneider.
And this will be our last heat of the novice heavyweight men before we move into the masters men. About halfway through this event. After this event, we're going to take a brief break, and then we're going to come back for our
This will be a fun one to watch.
novice and amateur bag throw series. Going to be 5 bags over a 12 to 15 foot bar, 60-second time cap. But right now we got the Chevy Silverado 1500 car deadlift. I should say truck deadlift in this case.
All right, and we are about to be off.
Holy cow, yeah. Nicholas Nacion in lane number 1 on the right of your screen is so powerful. Steven's come so far. Holy cow, look at how powerful he is.
Steven hitting some tremendous repetitions here. Well coached, has fantastic technique, and for a tall athlete, utilizing just about every good position he could possibly be in to get the most out of it.
Absolutely. If I were to adjust him, I would maybe move his foot a half inch forward or something. But he's got an excellent lean. He's doing a great job getting into the legs. Very vertical torso at the start, as you were saying. Like he's doing gorgeous.
Yeah.
Like it's gorgeous.
Really great display of power here in the Burien Chevrolet car deadlift event.
Both these guys are doing so good. It's like, damn, these guys are novices, really? Like, holy cow.
15 seconds.
Nicholas Bus just really fighting for a couple more. He's so explosive off the
he
ground.
rips
Holy
right
cow.
into it, forcing a beautiful hinge. And Steven just grinding out some final reps here for a big old PR, I'm sure.
That was spectacular from both of them. And Nicholas just working the whole time. That was very impressive. Very, very
work.
impressive from both of them.
Great work from our boys in Steven Schneider and Nicholas K. Nacion. We are going to have a shift in division now. We are switching to the Masters men. If I had to guess, we're probably not changing the weight at all for this. Oh, actually, no, we are. We're adding just 10 pounds aside, or 15 pounds aside.
Yeah. So
Interestingly
30 pounds total. It's probably going to translate to about, I'm going to say 27.3 pounds in hand.
Wow, math. Big math guy. Big math Bacarly, they say.
Yeah,
That's old nickname.
27.341.
Be on standby.
1187.
11-7. Schwiggity schwo.
Yep.
Changing the weights. This will be a very quick change, as it's just a couple of literal change plates at the Burien Chevrolet car deadlift event here at the Rainier Classic. That being said, we are moving to our Masters division. We will have 2 total heats. The first 2 athletes to come out will be Patrick Carpenter in lane number 1. And in lane number 2, we will have a Mr. Matt Milstead. Boys are heading on out now, approaching the apparatus. Again, utilizing either figure 6 straps and or Versa straps. No figure 8s permitted here today.
Yeah.
We see Mr. pardon me, Milstead in lane 2. Pardon me, no, Milstead in
right.
lane 2. Choosing to go socks only, which I think is very smart.
Yeah, and Patrick Carpenter in very, very is
Flat
he in
shoes.
those are shoes. Those are
Couldn't
like
tell you
barefoot
what
shoes.
brand, but they're very flat and it's very smart.
Yeah, they might be deadlift slippers of some kind.
Yep.
They're very, very low. That's
Here we-
Patrick over in lane number 1. Patrick Carpenter in lane number 2. Matt Milstead. Here we go. Matt is, he's a very powerful deadlifter. Very leggy and very upright, but holy cow, he's getting a lot of quad in that.
So you see, he's really utilizing a narrow stance there. You probably find that he's more powerful in that stance in particular. It's not better than a wider one, but it seems to work for his anatomy.
I was going to say, that's one of those that goes against a lot of
Conventional thinking.
Yeah, a lot of conventional thinking, a lot of the things that we've actually mentioned. But if I were coaching him, I would say this is your spot.
Yeah.
This is where you deadlift. Like this is, I mean, it's gorgeous for him. He's hitting all of the really good positions. The start position looks like he shouldn't get a ton of power from there, but he's getting a ton of power.
Yeah, his knee extension seems to be incredibly powerful, at least in that quarter squat position. And he might just know that about himself. Maybe he was someone that was a former sprinter before or a jumper, in which case those positions are strong. But either way, both athletes are cranking out fantastic reps in lane number 1 and 2.
Yeah, two very different styles of lifting right there. Two
Both
very, very
successful.
different styles.
Yeah. Nice. We're moving on to our last and final heat of our Masters men. We're going on to Mr. Jason Irwin in lane number 1 and a David Watson in lane number 2.
Yep. After the Masters men, we're going to have 90 kilo men for 4 heats, and then we will have 4 more heats of 105 kilo men, 3 heats of 120 kilo men, and 2 heats of the open amateur men, which is the unlimited big boys.
Yes.
Big boy.
And again, for those tuning in, thank you so much for coming on to this live stream here at the 6th annual Rainier Classic, watching the Burien Chevrolet car deadlift event number 2 in the amateur show. Final heat of our Masters men, Jason Irwin and David Watson. Here we go. So Jason skipped his down command there in lane number 1. Now figuring it out.
I really like what Dave Watson did right there. He hit the first rep, looked straight at his judge Connor in lane number 2, and then got the down call, brought it down, adjusted his feet, and then started just repping them out. Just started flying. That was a really good read by David right there. Lane number 2.
Absolutely, completely agree.
Lane number 1, Jason, one of the DSRX guys.
Yeah.
He's from a weightlifting background,
Jason
yes?
with a weightlifting background, and what you're seeing is with that background, he's utilizing a perfectly vertical torso position into these pulls, and he's getting a whole lot out of his legs, doing a great job of optimizing the skill set he brought into the sport.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right. Fantastic work out of our final heat in our Masters men and Jason Irwin and Mr. Dave Watson. Coming up next, we have our 90 kilo division where we will have 3 total heats.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. I think we might have 4 right there. Is that,
Possibly
I know
a
these
typo.
2 are 90 kilo men. Our sheet's a little unclear. But
So we should have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Should we total 4 total heats then, if that is in fact just a slight error?
I think there's just a little formatting error on our sheet. But at any rate, right now we have a little weight swap because we're going up to the 90 kilo amateur men. First heat out is going to be lane 1, Caleb Desjardins, and lane number 2 is going to be open for the time being.
Just due to an odd number of athletes in the division, we are adding weight, so it seems. Or is it the same? No, we added a little bit of weight. So Mr. Caleb is coming up here to our Burien Chevrolet car deadlift event. He's the first athlete in our 90 kilo men's amateur division.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see some pretty good numbers. Caleb is a very powerful athlete. It was actually kind of surprising to see him struggling with the block, but he got that out of the way. Now we're going to get some deadlifting on.
Get some points.
He's very strong in the legs.
Yeah, you can tell here. He's wedging incredibly well. He's waiting for his judge up and down commands.
little
Adjusting
grip
the
issue.
strap here. Speaking of straps, we were talking about that earlier. Learning how to really utilize the figure 6 is massively important.
Yeah.
He has done a good job in chalking his straps. I can see he applied chalk to them. It's very good, but it seems as though he hasn't quite locked himself in the way that he needed from the initial start.
Yep. No, I completely agree with you. I would say that I would like to see those straps a little bit more steady. Sometimes with these, sometimes with those straps, you can actually wrap a little too much, in my opinion.
Okay.
I think it can create slack and it can create a lot of room. A lot of times I like to just do a single wrap and really squeeze it. You know, there's all kinds of different straps. He's doing work the whole time. He's got about 7 seconds left. He's really got to bust out 1 or 2 more. He's got legs and back for all day. Oh,
Yeah.
It's time for maybe 1 more right there.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, great job, Caleb.
Dude, that was
coming out here.
busting him out.
Yeah,
Holy
yeah.
cow.
It was very obviously Caleb is very strong, but what I think he's going to take away from that event going forward is I need to be a little more proficient with my straps because he probably left and looked like, I don't know, 8 to 10 reps in the tank. His body was very capable of a lot more actually.
I mean, if he were really, really locked in on that bar, I think that he would have been one of the few athletes that's capable of 20 plus. The way that was moving, the way that he got out from there and then just walked off very casually, it looked very easy for him.
Yeah. So right now in lane number 1, we will have Arlo Patton, Judge and Strength member, and lane number 2, Connor Knuckleberg, a former Judge and Strength member and a local friend of ours in the Pacific Northwest. Both athletes getting an incredible amount of reps. Connor, I know, is really going to want to utilize his lower back strength here and the fact that his posterior chain is made of steel because he did not get the amount of reps he wanted on the first event, and he is doing so. Connor looks to be an athlete that's probably capable of 20 plus reps, so long as his heart can handle it. Yeah. Arlo doing a great job of being nice and consistent, readjusting his straps. Connor still just banging him out. Arlo with a great wedge here, fighting for some good repetitions. It seems as though Connor has no lack of strength. There's maybe conditioning is challenging him.
There's a bee out there. Hopefully I don't get Connor. The bee's like, oh man, these are some sweet deadlifts, baby.
Yeah.
I smell you.
Again, both athletes wedging well, standing through the legs well. Ooh. Connor really just didn't stop the entire time.
That might be in the 30 range.
So we saw with that slip there in lane number 1 with Arlo that he actually tore open his calluses with that slip that just happened.
Oh, shit.
Rare to happen with a car deadlift setup, but it can still happen. You can still tear. I mean, I remember coaching at North America's Strongest Man 2 years ago, coaching Lucas Hatton on the car deadlift. It was a front handle, but still, the way that he set up his straps was incorrect. He overstrapped, and he tore his calluses. Ooh. So that's something that Zach was just mentioning, and knowing how to properly use your figure 6 is really important, whether you're doing front handle, side handle, standard deadlift. You can goof it up. You can actually make your grip worse with more. You don't necessarily need more.
Yeah, more is only more. More is not better.
For those watching, he did, in fact, follow the commands of the judge. You just can't see the judge from this angle.
Yeah, no,
Connor, in fact, did
I was
follow
actually listening to that and watching their hands, and I was going to make a note for the stream. But yes, you know, the judges that are out there right now, they are giving verbal commands. I'm not seeing the physical command. But there are down and up commands verbally being communicated to the athletes.
Yeah, they're being verbally communicated, and the judges are, in fact, still using their hands as well. But there
were a lot of times where they weren't using their hands. But it may be one of those things where the athlete is, and it looks like they're talking about it on the floor right now, actually. It could be one of those times when, you know, the judges are getting a little tired and or maybe they're blocking the sun.
No, they're just open men. They just forget to listen during rules meetings. That's all that is. That's the truth. But they'll be more obvious right now. Here we go. So our next heat, we have our boys in the 90 kilo division. We have Donnell Davis and Deacon Morales.
Yeah, Donnell on the right in lane number 1, Deacon on the left in lane number 2.
In our Burien Chevrolet car deadlift.
Yeah, I believe this is Donnell's 2nd or 3rd competition and Deacon's first return in over 2 years. Actually, I think it was 2 years ago that he may have. I think it was 2 years ago that he won this very division. And his return, his glorious return,
absolutely
really hitting that kind of hard.
Very proud of Morales here, showing a very strong upper back in his wedge, really not folding, locking in place. Donnell once he fixed his straps, is very powerful in the legs, doing a great job of leaning back and getting those hips through. Deacon looking really just unstoppable here, getting a good amount of reps, getting the most out of his body. Again, this is quite heavy.
That's very impressive. Yeah, both of these guys are showing out today.
Yeah.
I've
Both
seen
gentlemen got good reps too as well in the first event.
Yeah, I work with both of these athletes directly, and they are putting it all out there right now. It looks like Deacon gave it all he had. He's taking a little breath. I hope the spotter kind of watches him.
It's Dr. John, so he's in good hands right now, and he's walking off quite confidently. But he put his heart and soul into that one. He did great.
Yeah, he busted that out. And then, it looked like Donnell may have actually been having a little bit of a grip issue. It looked like he might.
He had to adjust his straps quite a bit. Again, kind of going back to what we were talking about. Sometimes athletes will forget to chalk their straps. Sometimes they'll overstrap with the figure six. There is a happy medium.
Absolutely, yeah. Or, it's especially with the chalking, as you were mentioning. And there's also something to having straps that are broken in. It's possible that, some of the athletes out there might have new straps thinking that would be better.
Bad move in
reality, in reality, that's not better. It's actually oftentimes worse.
Here we go. In lane number 1, we have Travis Erickson, right of screen. In lane number 2, Derek Waters, left of screen. Here we go, folks. Both athletes are just about ready.
Judges ready. Wait for my whistle.
All right.
And we're off.
Yeah, lane number 1, Travis Erickson on the right of your screen. Lane number 2, Derek Waters on the left of your screen. I believe Derek won this class last year. I could be wrong, but I think he did.
To be honest, I can't quite remember, but what I can tell you is that he's doing a great job of sitting with tension still at the bottom of this car deadlift, saving himself some energy.
Nice and efficient, very smooth. No wasted energy, like you said, efficient.
Yeah, he seems to be a well-experienced strongman. I look forward to seeing him at an amateur nationals to display even more of this experience.
Yeah.
Erickson in lane number 1 getting the absolute most out of his body and doing a great job of finishing tall.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job pushing those knees forward and getting the torso pretty vertical on the start as well, which is leaning back on the finish. I would almost say he's hyperextending a tiny bit. I don't like how you want to be neutral, a little bit more neutral with the thoracic spine. If you lean back too much, it can create an angle that wants to hyperextend your back, and you
you're
really
essentially
don't want
folding
that.
yourself in half the other way that you're not supposed to.
Yeah.
But great work out of both athletes in lane 1 and 2, and Erickson and Derek Waters. Fantastic work. If I had to guess, those boys, again, got some great points out of the remainder of that class. We are, in fact, moving divisions. Moving to your division. We're going to the 105 amateur men, where we have 4 total heats. In that division, like I mentioned, we have 4 heats. The first gentleman to come out will be Mac Murphy, who will be going by himself. We are adding some weight right now, so in the meantime, we'll mention some of our fantastic sponsors. Obviously, the first and foremost, most important sponsor we have today in this event in particular would be the Burien Chevrolet. Thank you so much, Burien Chevrolet, for not only giving us a location to post this competition, but giving us some lovely vehicles to utilize during the competition in and of itself. We also want to give a massive shout out to Mountain Heating and Cooling, the best heating and cooling company in the Pacific Northwest. Between electrical work, heating, cooling, some pipe fitting, all types of work that you may need, Mountain Heating and Cooling out of Washington is a primary sponsor of our show, and we're super thankful to Mr. Jake Higgins and his family for being a part of this competition. We are about to get started here in the 105 kilo amateur division. First athlete up will be Mr. Mac Murphy. Here we go. The weight of vehicle, heavy as hell. Here we go. Mac Murphy getting ready with his judge, Connor Gordon of the Sweaty Pig. All right, it looks like Mac Murphy is doing a great job of utilizing phenomenal torso positioning in staying more vertical and initiating the pull with feet slightly more forward and pushing straight up and simultaneously back. It allows for a fantastic wedging of the hips and utilization of the glutes and quads to finish. That ultimately lends towards more reps being done. If you were to see athletes with feet too far forward or too far back, they can't quite create equal foot pressure into the floor, something similar to that of a leg press, and ultimately lead to them failing to get a successful repetition. Mac Murphy really hasn't stopped up until this very moment. Gathering his breath. He has 15 seconds remaining. I bet you he has enough for maybe 3 to 5 more reps. He has lots of power left. He needs to just bang it out and just go. Mac Murphy. Phenomenal work out of Mac. Personally, I think you could have got one more, Mac, but that was great job there.
I'd agree with you. I definitely think that was it was not a strength issue, it was a conditioning bit right there at the end.
And big shout out to Mac Murphy, military member up here in the Pacific Northwest, and a member of Team USA Rugby. We love you, buddy. All right.
He's a member of Team USA?
I believe for Team USA Army Rugby.
Okay.
Yep.
Even that's impressive.
Yep. So,
I knew he played rugby. I thought he was club. I didn't know he was Team
I'm
USA.
fairly certain it's the military, yeah.
Holy cow.
The Army team. So here we go. We have Mr. James Moore in lane 1 and Matthew Bindman in lane 2 in our men's 105 amateur division. James happens to be my athlete, and James has...
And Matt happens to be my athlete.
Oh, that's... here we go. Coach versus coach. We will see. One thing I
we
love about
go.
James is that he's, in fact, too stubborn for his own good. So we will see 2 very strong young men here.
Awesome
Going
work. Yeah.
for it.
So I would say you want to swap athletes and give feedback.
Yeah, so watching Mr. Byman in lane number 2, he's opting to utilize a rounded upper back because of his height. That is giving him a good advantage off the floor, but during lockout, things might get a little harder. What do you see in James?
He's doing really gorgeous right here, actually. A beautiful angle backward. I would honestly I'd like to see his feet maybe a half inch further forward, but he's doing a good job applying pressure off the ground. He is a little rocky back and forth, but again, he's probably just struggling to find that center of the foot. Realistically, I think both of them are doing great. If I were to give feedback on Matt, I actually don't like that he's not allowing for his knees to bend a little more. He's very hingy.
He is very hingy. It could be due to his height.
Yeah.
But I do love that he's using to keep the upper back rounded because of his body. James getting the absolute most out of himself there.
Both of them just selling their souls on that one. Wow.
Both did very good.
Holy
Both
cow.
did very good. I couldn't tell you who won the event between the two of them, but I can tell you we're both proud of them.
Yeah, no, I agree. That was incredible. That was fantastic. Holy cow.
That was fantastic. We do actually have a very quick question while James is gathering himself there on the field. Someone asked me and you, Zach, hey, does behind leg deadlift or the hack deadlift have any worth? I've tried it the other day, and although it's a strange movement, it seems to be good for pushing off the floor. I'll speak for myself. Personally, I don't program it because I feel as though there's better use of time in terms of energy we're going to put into the training week. Is it an interesting lift for interesting sake? Sure, but it's not something that I utilize in my codex of training.
For athletes that are basically barbell and plate only, like garage lifters, I actually do assign that movement, and I have a technical video on that movement.
There you go.
I really like that movement. But I also think that it is very easy to do it incorrectly.
And we'll get into that in just a moment.
Yeah.
Let's quickly announce Brandon Rose in lane number 1 and Tanner Jacobson in lane number 2. And after this event, Zach's going to talk to us about that hack deadlift.
Yeah, no, I agree. Let's pay attention to this one, and I'll talk about the pitfalls of that here shortly.
But
lane
Tanner,
number 2 busting these out. Holy cow.
Tanner of the Sweaty Pig, who's currently coached by his judge right now. We should have swapped judges, but it's all good. Connor is being fair.
He's flying through that, though. I mean, that's...
Yeah.
Yeah, and the judges using their hands now. I like that.
Tanner really utilizing a great torso positioning to get the most out of his quads. Yeah. He's a bit more narrow than probably, if I had to guess, you would like, but it seems as though he's kind of found his spot for him.
Yeah, no, again, I think he's more vertical than I would usually coach an athlete to be upon his finish, like not giving a ton of back pressure. But what he's doing is working gorgeously for him.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't even adjust it. Brandon working to get one more. I think Brandon did a really good job right there in lane number 1 on the right of your screen.
Yeah.
Taking a moment to gather himself and then get an additional repetition.
He got the most out of his body with the time he had.
Absolutely.
So that was a great display of efficiency for him.
That's all you can do.
But
that's really what you can do.
It seems as though, Zach, you're someone that will utilize the hack deadlift.
Yes. So specifically, it's a really good. I think it's excellent for developing leg drive in things like the deadlift. That being said, it needs to be done properly, and you also need to have an appropriate amount of mobility for it. So a lot of times athletes will have really tight ankles, typically due to improper or limited soleus mobility. And so that poor ankle mobility will translate to a very vertical shin. If you're doing your hack deadlift like that, your shoulders are going to be pitched too far forward. You really need to be able to wedge into a very, very highly dorsiflexed position. So knee way over the toe and allowing the shoulders to be upright, torso to be a little bit more upright when you perform that hack lift. That's how you're going to get the most out of it. That being said, we have Darren Rovito in lane number 1 and
Andrew Holland in lane number 2.
Yes.
And here we go. Both athletes utilizing a wider stance, vertical torso, and shoving their hips through. This is how you do this event.
This is how we do
This is great. This is a really good display. Oh, Darren just slightly losing his feet there for a moment, but Holland, tried and true, metronomic consistency here out of both athletes.
These guys are flying. I can't quite tell who's in the lead.
I think Holland is just ahead. He didn't have to take a break as early as Darren did due to a slight misstep.
The misstep, yeah.
However, we'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see. You know, both athletes proving very strong.
Do we have a score sheet anywhere?
We do right here. These are the current placings so far. So
Holy cow.
the lead so far is 26 reps.
Like Connor. That
Oh,
was
I'm sorry, it was 90 kilo, man.
Oh.
We're at 105 now. So the lead so far is 23 reps by Tanner.
Holy
James
cow.
Moore in third, Mac Murphy in second. So as of right now, though, I would say Mr. Holland is going to be right up there after this event. Is it as much as Tanner? I don't think so. But
Nice
at least
work.
I think he'll be second place. We'll
Gorgeous.
find out in just a few moments. That was a great display of power.
All right. We have a weight change that we're going to go through here, I believe, correct?
Both these athletes taking a moment to get a breath in. Bless you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we'll have the scores for those two athletes in just a few moments as things are slowly getting updated here. But we are going to have a weight change because we are going to the 120 kilo division, amateur men's. We will have 3 total heats, and the first athlete up will be Cameron Coven. So, in the previous heat, it looks like Tanner did, in fact, win the event with 23 reps. In second place was Andrew Holland with 21. And in third place, we have, let's see here, we'll have Darren just barely getting third. Good for Darren,
Squeaking
keeping himself
in
in the
with how
top
many
3.
reps?
19, one ahead of Mac Murphy, who was previously in the lead.
Wowza.
Very close here. Great work. Bideman, our boy, got 13. James Moore with 15. And Brandon Rose with 6.
Woo. This is a really high rep class.
Yeah, it very much
This is a
is.
super high rep class.
Yeah,
Holy cow.
strong guys. But again, we have our. Oh, this is not our men's 120 kilo division. This is our. Oh, it is. This is our men's. Pardon me.
Yep.
We
should just have Cameron out
should
there.
just be one
but
athlete, but we have in fact
now
two.
we have 2.
Right. So we have 2 athletes here in our men's 120 kilo division. The weight is heavy.
We may have had an athlete pull out of that division and a change up to our sheet. We can't really tell who is who at this point, but we got an athlete in lane 1 and lane 2, and they're going to be putting some power down.
Oh, so we see the weight change really made a difference here
Holy
for
cow.
these two. That was a bit of a bounce in lane number 1. Or pardon me, lane number 2.
Yeah, it looks like we have Christian Berghoff in lane number 2, and maybe that's Tyson Bennett over there.
We'll certainly find out here in just a few moments when the
If I
scores are
had to
put
guess, yeah, if I had to guess, that would be Tyson Bennett over there. I see a T on the back of the end of his shirt.
These guys are deadlifting now. More than likely 650 each in their hand. Approximately that much, maybe a little more. This is heavyweight.
in. Here we go.
That's really fascinating. Did we scoot the handles in?
Yeah, a bit. Side bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
It's much harder now.
This is significantly
Yeah,
heavier.
we see it's a much more difficult event now. And all you have to do is change literally a few inches and things get incredible.
Yep.
That's what she said. That being said, really good display of power here from our athletes in our men's amateur 120 kilo division.
Next up, I believe we're going to have Ryan Nutter in lane number 1 and Kevin Beast in lane number 2.
No, there's unless someone dropped.
I think someone drops.
No, there's 5 still listed here.
We'll see. I mean, someone might have, because I think we had those 2 come out. It
Find
could be
out.
possible that we may have skipped Cameron, but
Yeah. Maybe Cameron opted to not do the event, right?
or he's coming
So-
out right now. That looks like Cameron right there, right? Is that Ryan?
I think that's Ryan Nutter. No, that's right. And Beast. Yep. So we have Ryan Nutter
Oh, there we go.
and Kevin J. Beast. So either an athlete is choosing to skip the event or has pulled out entirely. We'll find out later for you folks.
Or maybe he just missed his call too. It's possible.
Yeah.
You know, the show, that's something that you got to be aware of as an athlete. If you step away and you're not paying attention, the show must go on. You know, you can't be skipped.
Here we go. We have Ryan Nutter in lane number 1 and Kevin J. Beast in lane 2.
Nice work. There's 1 for each of the athletes. There's 2. Kevin looks like he has a slight lead in lane number 2. Oh, but here we go. Ryan catching back up. Neck and neck.
Again, you know, Mr.
Oh.
Nutter, wider stance, shorter athlete, really utilizing his legs well. Kevin is much taller, so he has to have a much longer pull with this particular setup, but doing a great job of staying in his legs.
Come on, Beast. Coming up on 20 seconds.
Oh, wow. Okay.
15 seconds.
Looks like Nutter's got a 1 rep advantage at the moment.
9, 8, 7.
All right. Again, honestly,
Yeah,
it looks like Kevin
that's
Beast is
it.
choosing to save his body a bit. Nutter just edging him out there. Great work out of both men in our 120 kilo division. That is more than likely the end of our 120 kilo division.
All right. We're going to do a weight change here.
Yeah, it sounds like they're calling for a weight change, scooting him in.
They're scooting
That
him in
is gonna
quite a
be
bit.
heavy.
Oof. Big oof. Okay. It looks like they're definitely scooting them in quite a bit.
We are bringing
So I will say in the testing for this, I think I
one whole showing.
pretty sure I pulled this one and it was around 6 is what we were estimating.
Talking at this-
Maybe mid 6, I'm not sure.
Yeah, you were one of our testers, weren't you, Zach?
Yeah.
700 plus.
Yeah, fortunately, a lot of the athletes got a chance to pull on the actual equipment here in this very parking lot a couple weeks ago.
He decided that
All right, so in our first heat coming on up, we have the Girth Lord, Mikey Mitchell, coming out by himself. Now, Mikey is a very powerful individual. He's also well experienced. He's done the Rainier before, so he understands what it's like to compete. Mike's taking his time here. He is going to strap in well. I know Mikey knows how to use figure 6 straps. So hopefully he's going to want to put in a good performance here after not quite getting what he wanted in Event 1. So here we go, Mikey Mitchell, the Girth. I would say Mikey needs to get his feet up forward a few inches, and then he'll be right as rain.
I agree with
But
you.
he's opting the strength life instead.
Yep.
He's just proving just how damn strong he is.
Unga bunga.
He's almost prematurely locking out his knees as well, which is almost falling him forward into his, falling him backwards, pardon me, into his heels. But he's just so damn strong, it doesn't matter.
I completely agree with your assessment. That's what it's looking like to me as well.
30 seconds.
That being said, I mean, he's making it work for him, so
He really is.
good for him. That's solid.
Okay, so
He's
Mikey,
calling
you
it
know
right
what?
there, okay.
That's either a choice of energy conservation or just knowing this is what I wanted to do, and that's what I got.
Yeah.
Because nothing about that seemed, I would say there was struggle. I would say nothing about that seemed like he did anything wrong. So that was definitely a poignant decision to stop there.
It looked easy for him, honestly.
Yeah,
Like,
it really did.
not effortless, but I think he could have pulled twice as many reps.
Yeah, I would say at least 4 to 6 more reps probably,
Yeah.
but great work, Mikey. Coming up next, we have Phil Kobeski and Josh Bailey.
Yeah, Phil in lane number 1, Josh in lane number 2. Phil on the right of your screen, Josh on the left of your screen.
Take your time. Getting set up and getting strapped in.
All right, here we go. Athletes are getting strapped in and ready to go. Josh Bailey is in position. We have Mr. Phil Kobeski
Athletes, get
just
your
about
eyes
ready.
Judges ready. Wait for my whistle.
Josh, first to get a repetition. Phil coming in a little bit later, but more smooth and more reps. Okay, Phil's busting these out. It may have been a mistake for Mike Mitchell to call it so quick. Maybe
Yeah.
he thought that he, had it in the bag.
Yeah. He. That being said, who knows? I mean, he got himself a minimum of second place based on what I'm seeing. Although I will say in lane number 1, we're definitely getting some bounce reps. I hope he's hearing his judge when he says up, because he definitely has bounced a few. Looks like Josh Bailey is opting to stop out of just pure fatigue. He did a great job.
Yeah, he did awesome.
Getting a few.
Josh is one of those athletes that has improved so much in the last year. It's almost unbelievable.
Yeah. Phil choosing to stop after he obtained the lead. So good job, Phil, in lane number 1. And
Yeah.
Josh Bailey for getting some points there in lane number 2.
And honestly, knowing what Josh is capable of, in the side handle, I watched him, I'm pretty sure, hit 700 for a triple or something in that ballpark. So I'm guessing those handles are
Quite heavy.
well into the 7 range.
Yeah.
Maybe
So,
more.
We did get a quick question here in the chat. Is this an American competition? Yes. So you can sign up as a non-American in any of the divisions here, but depending on the division that you're in, you may or may not qualify for where the show leads to. For example, if you're in the Open Pro-Am show and you're a male open class, let's say you're from Mexico, you're more than welcome to sign up, compete, earn some money, maybe even get a pro card. However, you will not qualify for North America's Strongest Man. If you're, actually, if you're Mexico, you would.
from Mexico?
If you're from, Norway, you wouldn't. Right?
Okay, there we go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so this qualifier is, actually, no, not even for Mexico. This qualifier is the American qualifier for North America's Strongest Man. So if you're Canadian, for example, you couldn't do it. If you're Mexican, for example, you wouldn't earn it. But
So you have to be American.
yeah, this is for the American to go through
Okay.
for that specific
Okay.
class. Now, if you're someone from another place, you're more than welcome to sign up and compete. For example, let's say you're in the women's 82 kilo division. Doesn't matter what country you're from, you would earn your spot at the PSL World Championships. So depending on the division you sign up for or where you compete, you can definitely get an opportunity on the back end of that. You just have to make sure what you're doing is going to lead towards that road. So thank you for asking that question.
Yeah. No, I'd be interested to hear where that individual's from. I mean, is there any way for someone from Central America to be able to qualify?
For North America's Strongest Man, well,
Because that's still North America.
it is.
And we have a couple athletes
There-
out there that are. I mean, there's one in particular that is an incredible deadlifter.
Yeah,
like over
Raul.
1,000.
Raul, who's very good at deadlifting for now. Not much else, if I'm being honest, as of right now. But
To be fair.
there isn't an official route yet. However, if they're good enough, they're going to get the invite. That's just kind of how that's going right now. Like, for example, Austin Andrade was invited this year, and he had a choice to represent America or Mexico, right? So, so
He lives right on the border as well. His family's
Antonio.
lived there.
Yeah,
his,
and
his family's lived there for generations.
South Texas, a long time.
Yeah,
a
yeah.
long time. So back when Texas was Mexico. So that being said, great question. To answer your question, depends on what class you're in. Just depends on what class you're in. Will you get that qualifier? So coming up next, guys, we are in fact switching events. We are done with the Burien Chevrolet car deadlift. We're gonna take a quick break for a reset. We'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes, guys. Be sure to keep tuned in. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm Alec Jose,
I'm Zach McCarley.
and we'll see you in a little bit. Live? All right, ladies and gentlemen. Rob, I still hear music. All right. Okay. Are we live right now? We are. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning back into the 6th annual Rainier Classic. As of right now, we are going to demonstrate and showcase our adaptive division first in the Cerberus Strength Bag Throw Series. The athletes competing in this division compete in the Special Olympics in powerlifting and in a number of other athletic endeavors. Dungeon Strength has set up an organization within the gym itself to train the Special Olympics athletes free of cost, and we also allow them to compete here at the Rainier Classic. We're super proud of that and the work that these athletes put in. So we have Aaron Baker and Dante Peoples, bag toss over bar in our adaptive division. All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, Dante Peoples in lane number 2 and Aaron Baker in lane number 1 in our adaptive division here at the Rainier Classic. Okay, here we go. All right. Dante successful with his first bag. He has to go for his second one again. He just missed, but I believe Dante could do this. Aaron Baker taking his time, setting himself up for success. Aaron and Dante just barely missing there. Both athletes doing a great job, though. Oh, it's amazing how difficult the bag throw could be for a number of reasons. One, just the proprioception and knowing where to aim it. Oh, and Aaron getting his first bag. As I was saying, and knowing how and where to aim is very difficult when throwing things in the air. And not only that, when you're outside, oh wow, Aaron getting his second bag. When you're outside, you have no real focal point. So it really takes quite a bit of effort and high concentration to get a bag over bar. Great work out of our athletes here in lanes number 1 in Aaron Baker and lane number 2, Dante Peoples. In our adaptive division here in the Cerberus Strength Bag Throw Over Bar. Thank you for asking. So where this competition is being held in Burien, Washington, and Washington State. We are very close to the airport here, Seattle-Tacoma Airport. If you're in the area, feel free to come on by. It is a 2-day competition featuring amateurs and Pro-Am classes that qualify for the PSL World Championships in the 82 kilo women's division and the men's 105 kilo division, as well as the open men's division and open women's division qualify for North America's Strongest Man and Woman. So this is a huge deal. We're getting a lot of talent from around the nation. Here we go. We have Damon Rusher in lane number 2, and we have Joey Beltran in lane number 1 here in our Cerberus Strength Bag Throw Over Bar. This is the adaptive division here, our Special Olympics class here at the Rainier Classic. Joey just barely missing in lane number 1. All right, here we go. Amazing work so far out of our athletes. Oh, great work, great work. Here we go. Another attempt for our blow. Just nearly missing for Damon, but he's right there. He could do this. Joey the Beast winding up, getting ready. A little low for Joey, but understandable. This event is so difficult. Aaron is so close. We have 5 seconds remaining. Can our boys here get it? Just close. Great work out of Joey Beltran and Damon Rusher in our adaptive division here at the Cerberus Strength Bag Throw Over Bar event. That, I believe, is the end of our adaptive division. We should now be moving on, if I've counted my heats correctly. We should be moving on to our novice lightweight division. Novice lightweight women's should be coming up next. It seems as though our bags potentially may change, but let me tell, for those that are listening at home, the bag weights for novice lightweight women's is going to be 15 pounds, 17 pounds, 17 and a half pounds, 20 pounds, 22 and a half, and 25. It is going to be a good challenge for our athletes in our lightweight division. In lane number 1, we will have Rachel Tallman, which a great name and physical feature for an event like a bag throw. And we will have Diana Estrada in lane number 2, a shorter athlete but very powerful. So we have very juxtapositions in physical features for these athletes, but both very strong in their own unique ways. So here we go, server strength bag throw series, novice lightweight women.
I don't know where my whistle is. 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off.
Okay.
Let's
Rachel,
see it.
very quick to the first bag. A little, oh, she just barely gets it.
Boy.
A little rush out of
Oh,
Rachel, but
boy.
she's talented and physically strong. Oh, she just missed the third. Zach McCauley having a little bit of a heart attack, as that is his life partner in lane number 1, but she clears it
She's doing great.
easily.
It's her first competition.
It
She's doing
is.
fantastic. Oh, that's right there.
Estrada, ooh, just barely
Diana-
missing her second bag. Very good attempt.
Very
Rachel
nice
onto
work.
the last bag. That is 25 pounds. Can
Diana-
she do it?
Yeah, Diana taking her time. Diana looks like she was really close to having the height on that one. She really got to take a breath right here. And that's one of the things about this portion of a throw. You have to have composure at the end. If you've missed a couple, you need to be, wow, that
Wow,
was
Diana
fantastic
did
from
it.
Diana.
Great work. And to leap onto what you're saying there, Zach, this is in fact the novice division, right? So we're going to see novice approaches, as we should. These are athletes. This is probably both their first shows, right? And in that, for example, with Rachel, I probably would have said, hey, when you get to those last two, slow down just a little bit. You don't have to miss. You're tall. You could do it.
That was
and I think she
fantastic.
figured it out towards the end as she got that bag. And Diana showed a great display of a little bit of patience there. She tried 2 or 3 times and eventually got that bag. So it was a really cool display of different skills to be learned and expressed here by our lightweight novice women's division.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Also, I just have to comment on this setup. I love it. I love the.
It's fun.
Like, it's gorgeous.
Very fun.
I wish we had the space to set this up all the time and just leave it up.
I know. And what's great about this setup, too, it's wider than we normally do at the Rainier. If you notice here, we're utilizing 3 total yokes in order to make it that way. And they're all attached in the center there, so it's one big piece. But coming up next in our 64-kilo amateur division, we have Caitlin Anderson with the coolest hair here. The weights for her bag throw series will be the exact same as the previous division.
All right, we got this.
A little more.
Nice and steady throw. Missed,
Oh,
though.
just.
I like what she did, though. Notice that she threw and then moved on.
Yep.
She didn't sit there and just wait. A lot of people do that. Almost everybody does that. Even professionals do that.
Yeah, they'll stare and look, but here she is onto the third bag,
just
finally
throw and
getting
go.
her rhythm.
Really good technique.
That first throw, just a little more vertical than it was back. It's a happy combination of the bag throw. Just nearly there. Here we go. So,
The series, I just have to say this real quick. The series is such a fun one to watch because it is for time. People are rushing, but the bag throw, as a discipline, you have to work with the bag. You can't just muscle it.
No.
It doesn't work that way.
no, not only can you not muscle it due to the nature of the bag and the technique required, you can't just rush it due to the nature of the energy systems that this event requires. So for those watching, the reality is you're going to use an energy system or a part of your own body called like ATP, right? And you got about 30 seconds of explosive power when it comes to utilizing that energy system. And once you exhaust that, it requires you to be a little more patient when you get to those final few bags. So you'll notice that some athletes, they know, around 3 or 4, that's where I got the gas for, and then they'll take a whole 5 seconds before maybe they took it for the last few bags.
Yep.
That's usually a well-experienced athlete. But there's a lot to think about and work with when talking about a bag throw series. I know you're an athlete that when your first attempt or first goes at bag throws, initially you weren't the best, and then you became extremely proficient with time. I'm sure you could talk about some of those things that you started utilizing just in a moment. But coming up next, we have Zoe Rafter in lane 1 and Jennifer Martinez in lane 2. Here we go in our 64-kilo women's division. Zoe
I really
launching from
like-
the start line.
Yeah, Zoe just flying. I do have to say, Jennifer, she was very meticulous in setting up those bags.
Yep.
And I really, really like that. when she came out, she adjusted every bag.
Oh, and they're
exactly how
both
she
on the
wanted
same
it.
bag
Holy
now.
cow.
Who's gonna get it? Oh, Martinez just missing and Zoe just
Yeah.
missing. So it's gonna,
Composure right now. Holy cow.
based on what I'm seeing, it's basically going to come down to the split time of that fourth bag, which they were also nearly neck and neck. What
Yeah.
these two really going after it all day together. Oh, and
Holy
Martinez
cow,
gets
wow.
it. I love being
whoa.
wrong. That's what I'm talking
Holy
about.
cow.
When we're talking about
Dude,
patience, when we're talking about the wherewithal to know to wait and get the energy back, that's what can happen. It's not common, but that's what can happen.
That was, and just like I mentioned, she came out early to adjust those
And
bags.
she gets it
Holy
with
cow.
1 second remaining.
I cannot believe both of them got that over. That's wild.
Dude, what a fun heat for very different reasons.
Dude,
for the both of them.
No, that was really impressive.
Genuinely cool. Way to go, Martinez, and having the patience on that last bag and getting it. Way to go, Zoe, for having the determination to still try with literally a second left. Way to go.
Yeah, honestly, that heat is going to be hard to beat.
Oh, yeah, well, they're
not like I mean as an excitement.
Oh, right.
Like
I
as
agree.
a spectator, as a fan of the sport, personally, that might. I'm not sure I'm going to see a heat that is more exciting than that.
But speaking of which excitement, we have Ashley Giandra in lane number 1 and Maggie Van Gulik in lane number 2. Here we go. Cerberus Strength Bag Throw Series at the 6th annual Rainier Classic. Ashley taking her time and setting up her bags.
Very wise. Very, very wise. If you can. Now, there have been a couple times when a judge said go when I was adjusting an implement.
Oh, that's
And I had to run back to the start and then go. That has happened to me even at national level competition. So you got to be ready. When the
Yep.
judges are ready to go, you gotta go.
Speaking of which, Maggie getting that first bag well over. Ashley going for the attempt of putting a bunch of bags right in front of herself. Strategically grabbing multiple bags at once. Very smart approach for an athlete who doesn't want to waste time. And Maggie getting that third bag over. I really like Maggie's approach, and she gets a little swing with the right hand. She gets the setup. There's that. Watch the swing with the right hand before she goes into it.
Kind of a modified
Highland Games approach, right?
Yeah. I personally don't like the side swing.
Sure.
That is a personal thing.
Sure. You know, anything that allows consistency, I don't necessarily mind, but I can see why you might not like it if we're talking about more advanced classes at a pro level. It wastes time. But here we go, Maggie with her final attempt. Oh, very close. It looks like Maggie Van Gulik getting the event win in this division.
That was awesome.
Ashley with a very smart approach of grabbing multiple bags and the start to potentially beat her opponent on a split time base. Really good attempt there by Ashley. We are now moving to our open amateur women's division where we have 2 total athletes. In lane number 1, we'll have Annalise Coleman, and lane number 2, we'll have Jennifer Whedon.
Nice. And this is the last of the women competing this morning. You know, it's fun to see these matchups because we see a couple athletes that are just going really head to head. There's a couple divisions that have 2 or just 4 athletes, and those we're getting common pairs.
Right.
I want to say.
Yes,
So
of
this is
course.
one of those common pairs. We've seen Annalise and Jennifer go head to head in every event so far today.
Yes.
Except for maybe the first one, the block. They went back to back.
Yeah, that was a single lane event for a
yeah.
division. But here we go. Annalise showing her experience and working in dungeon for a long time now, setting up those bags exactly how she wants them. Miss Whedon, jiving, hanging out,
Yeah,
getting
so-
ready to go.
So for the people that are wondering, like, what are they doing? Why they got to touch the bag? Is it a compulsion?
Well, I'll tell them in just a second.
Yeah, you tell them in a second.
Here we
It's good
go.
to know. It's good to know for the crowd what they're seeing.
Annalise going for that single arm approach as well. Miss Whedon just missing on her first bag, but I guarantee you she has enough power to smoke that. Annalise on throw number 2, very clear. So in lane number 2 here, we're seeing a struggle to get more of a vertical trajectory. A lot of hip use, a little more quad pushing straight down might help quite a bit, Whedon. And there she goes, just clears it. Annalise just missing her second to last bag, but I think she's good for it. Whedon, similar problem, a little too much hips. Annalise just missing the bag again. Here we go. Whedon with her another attempt, and she clears.
Wow.
Great
Wow.
throw. Lots of power in lane number 2.
Yeah, no, that's what I noticed as well. I saw a little bit of crashing with the bag, but she's still able to clear it.
Yeah. Yeah,
is
Jennifer
very
Whedon,
impressive.
very strong. Annalise, very consistent in that event.
Looks like it'll come down to split time on that one because I think they cleared the same number of bags.
They did. Annalise got there first, so she
Yep.
more than likely will get the dub. But
Yep.
let's talk about why an athlete might adjust the bag. So if the handle is in a slightly precarious position before the event starts, it's going to make you that much slower when grabbing it to run back. That's number 1. Number 2, when you adjust the actual distribution of the sand and or crumb rubber, putting it more in the center of the bag as opposed to maybe shifted back or forward, it makes the throw in and of itself feel that much more comfortable as you are moving in space with the object. If it's weighted too far forward or too far back during the loading position of the actual throw, when the athletes are in a hinged position, it might throw their heels or toes into the wrong position to where they then can't produce force down. So throwing them in an off position to exert power. That's why typically I would have athletes adjust bags before in a throw like this.
Yeah, I'm with you. I would absolutely have athletes adjust bags before they come out, and specifically the way that several of the athletes are doing it. This is a good comparison. Rory is just adjusting the handle. Andrew, I believe it is, over in lane number 1, right? Andrew Holland is picking up the bag. Or no, that's not Andrew Holland. Different long, gorgeous hair
Samuel
individual.
Beasley and Roy Liebert.
Samuel Beasley, there we go. He's picking up the bag and bumping it on the ground. That is helping to settle the sand and center the sand, as you mentioned, or the crumb rubber, whatever it's filled with. And that is going to allow for a more even distribution of weight, which makes it a more reproducible throw.
Yeah.
So really, I think that is the approach. I think that's the best way to do it. I'm a big fan of that personally. And looks like we got...
Yeah, we're adjusting the height right now to 15 feet for our men's division. That's what's happening. So I'll answer a quick question while they're adjusting this. Someone asked, what's your opinion on the biggest shows in the sport making such a grave error in timing being done by a hand stopwatch versus an automated stopwatch? So this is the thing.
I got a strong opinion
We
on
have
this.
very strong opinions. Me and Zach have been at the mercy of our athletes being subjected to interesting stoppage timings, we'll say, at the highest level. Me and Zach both coach at Arnold level shows, Rogue level shows. So that being said, Rogue is really pushing the sport to advance itself in that regard, in the inclusion of physical stoppers or red buttons for the athlete to engage once they're complete, and also some events being being timed with multiple cameras. That's an advancement of the sport. I'm hoping to see more of that as things go mature, especially at the Arnold, where I find, if I'm being honest, the hand judging is the worst. But we'll talk about that in just a moment. Coming up next, we do have, in fact, a novice lightweight men and Samuel Beasley, who is coming out with Rory Liebert in lane number 2. All right, here we go,
Wow,
boys.
that's a lot of power out of both of them.
Both
They're
athletes simultaneous completion. And for those watching, the split time is when the bag hits the floor, not goes over the bar.
Wow. Ooh.
Oh, he rushed
Oh.
and beaten Samuel's taking his time. And he nearly gets it.
Ooh, they got it. So right now is the time for some composure.
Yeah, just wait.
Right now you got to take a moment. Those throws are getting lower. We got to take a
Yep.
breath.
It's that energy system we talked about
Yep.
earlier. There's no point in rushing.
A lot of crashing in that bag for Rory. He needs to keep steady tension through that handle. Yeah,
What both athletes are doing that I don't
steady,
particularly-
better. That was a better throw, but
was
just-
better.
Yeah, they need a rest.
Now again, we're expecting to see approaches like this. We're watching a novice division, so we're seeing people learn on the spot, learn on the fly, maybe even competing for the first time in their lives. So first and foremost, congratulations for getting out on the floor for something like this,
Absolutely.
boys. And number 2, I can't wait to see what these boys learn from this experience, because something like a bag throw has a lot of quick and interesting lessons fast.
I'm actually really impressed at the grab and go that they were utilizing.
No hesitation.
They did a really good job of grabbing, backing up, and then immediately throwing.
Yeah. So
They didn't utilize a set swing. Neither of them did.
No, they didn't.
Because that set swing is going to slow you down in a series. Don't use it if you don't have to.
Yeah.
I mean, it was awesome. Next heat, I sometimes find myself, I have too much feedback.
I know. And our next heat here in our novice lightweight men's division is Carl Mart in lane number 1, and lane number 2, William Rothschild.
Ooh, that was a ton of power. Oh,
Both
wow,
athletes, a
same
lot of power
thing.
into the bar, but not, holy shit, he threw it quite literally
Onto
behind.
that threw on.
You know,
I think it
it's
went on
behind the whole setup of the show.
No, I think it's on top of it.
It certainly hit the top. Well, we're going to find out if he even has access to it in a moment. He might have to climb that bug. Oh, he got it.
Oh,
It went
wow,
behind
okay.
fully. Lots of power. Holy
Oh,
shit, he did it
and that
again.
one's
Now
on
it's on
top.
top.
Oh, man.
Pardon my language. Sorry for those watching. Brayden, can you go ahead and save a bag? Yeah, hell of a interesting event for Rothschild in that he threw a bag quite literally over the setup of
boy.
the event center. Interesting turn here.
So this is something that I haven't seen before. There's always room for growth.
Yeah.
Always room for new
I
things.
think what we're learning right now is there's a chance that the Pro-Am divisions launch things behind the show.
Yeah, I mean, and this was something that while we were setting up the warm-up area, we accounted for with the warm-up bar, making sure that they couldn't. We made enough space to make sure that they couldn't throw it on top of the trailer. I don't think we ever even thought that we would see one
No.
land on top of the trailer
And,
from the
hey,
front.
shout out for a first, buddy. Hey, way to go.
Hey, And
That's pretty cool.
I honestly, yeah, no, he threw the shit out of
Yeah,
that
he
bag.
did.
Did
Coming up-
wait, what was it? He yeeted.
He yeeted the bag.
It was yeeted.
Coming up next, we have our novice heavyweight men's division. Chandler Ray in lane number 1 and Rex D. Joyner in lane number 2 for our novice heavyweight men's.
I got one.
The weights for this event should be 20, 25, 30, 35, and 40. Here we go. Both gentlemen doing a great job being patient, using legs. Rex DeJoyner, big thrower here. Great throws out of Rex. Chandler retrieving his bag that he just missed, but he could do it. Both gentlemen putting in a great, might just be a little too heavy for both boys, but really good display here.
I want to address that timer question.
Please do,
here
please do.
right after this heat.
15 seconds.
Oh, we never. Okay, Chandler. Dang. We saw him catch the sandbag. I think it might have been obscured from your view.
Yeah, please never do that. It's dangerous. But why don't you talk about that timing thing real quick before our next athlete?
Good effort. Good effort from these guys. So timers. Yeah, we're in the 21st century, man. Why wouldn't we utilize that?
Yeah.
Like, why wouldn't we utilize that technology to further improve and differentiate scoring for determining who is the best at the sport? And I really do actually like the button point about Rogue implementing that.
I think it's the best thing you
That's
could
so
do.
much more exciting.
Put it in the hands of the athletes.
Yeah, the sport is, it is. This is the way I like to explain it to people. The sport is an actual sport, but it is also a certain degree of entertainment,
Yes.
and that adds such a value of entertainment for the athlete to actually hit the button.
I agree.
It's gorgeous. It's the reason why in Ninja Warrior and things like that, they hit a button.
Yep.
They don't just run through a line.
It's
much
here
more
we
exciting.
go. We're getting ready to go. In lane number 1, Leif Olson. Lane number 2, Dustin Bergen. And I completely agree with you, Zach. It also takes it out of the hands of the judges and makes it all fair.
Yep.
Here we go. Again, in our novice heavyweight men's division. And for those wondering at home, how high is the bar? It is 15 feet for all men's classes and 13 feet for all women's classes. That includes Pro-Am divisions. Mr. Dustin Bergen, doing a great job. Slowly but surely working his way through these bags. Leaf just missing. Oh, but let's see if he can make this adjustment. Oh, lots of power, just not quite vertically. Dustin doing a great job. He probably has about 20 more seconds about.
15 seconds. 10,
Here we go.
8,
Last 8 seconds.
5, 4, 3,
Both athletes just missing, but very consistent. Both athletes getting to nearly the end of their series here, and really showing a display of consistency. Again, this is what I expect out of a novice division. I expect people to learn on the fly. I expect people to maybe not do as good as other divisions, but that's the whole point. You know, we want people who are newer at competing to give it a shot, to give it a try. You know, it's scary to get out in the field to compete for the first time, but to compete at a novice level show, you can be any level of strength. Just get out there and have fun. Don't feel like you have to be at a certain stage in order to do so. As things progress, sure, there might be minor standards here and there, but at a novice level, amateur, get after it, guys. Here we go. We have our boy, Steven. Where is
Schneider, Steven Schneider in lane 2, and
James Yodden in lane number 1?
thank you, sir. Yeah, these guys are throwing bags weighing 20, 25, 30, 35, and 40 pounds. So Steven onto the 40-pound
And he
bag, and
smokes
he's just
it.
sailing that thing over.
Way to go, Steven. Great work, buddy. Mr. Yodin nearly done as well. Can he get the second to last bag?
Working on that 35.
Just barely missing. If I was him, I would wait. I'd put it on the floor. I'd give it 10 whole seconds
Yep.
and see
yep.
what I could do with the energy remaining.
I completely agree with you. Take a little break. Wait for them to say 10 seconds.
And as you mentioned, Zach, the bag throw isn't something you can muscle through. It has to be done with precision and ideally perfection.
Yeah. Especially when we're approaching what you are capable of. You know, you can, we'll say, muscle a bag or a series.
Yeah.
But the heaviest bag in that series better be below 80% of your max. Because
Right.
if it's not, you ain't finishing.
Right. And someone just asked an interesting question. How different is a bag toss over bar compared to a ballistic kettlebell swing? So this is the thing. Both exercises require the hip complex to work in unison and conjunction. However, when throwing, once you load into that hinge-like position, you actually redirect your torso and your hips to be at a vertical position to then jump through the quote-unquote roof in order to throw and release the bag. That is how I teach it. I do not teach it as a kettlebell swing because at that point, athletes will utilize just their hips. And it very much is a vertical finish to the extension of the quads, knees, and hips. But we'll get into that in just a moment because up next we have our, where are we at? Masters. We have Jason no, we don't.
Nope. Nicholas
Nacion and Wesley Smith.
Yes, sir. Nicholas throwing from the line. Nicholas.
Nicholas, I gotta say, buddy, you don't belong in the novice division, my friend. You
Yeah,
don't.
yeah.
You're
Well,
strong.
He's a strong one. Looks like he's getting psyched up for this 35-pound
Maybe
bag.
it's a PR.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, he was really.
So he had the height, he had the direction. He was too far away.
He's
too
throwing
far
the
away.
rest of those bags so
Yeah.
easily.
He needs to
I'm
get
kinda
closer.
Surprised.
He's too far away, and he'll go back and watch the video. Oh, there we go,
Yep.
Mr. Wesley,
Yeah.
in lane 2, getting that bag. He's on the last one.
20 seconds left.
Ooh. Oh wow, wow, that was just about perfect.
18 seconds left.
The hat comes off, baby. Hat comes off from Mr. Wesley Smith.
11, 10, 9,
Whoa!
Oh,
that
nearly
was so
there
close.
out of Wesley. Great
Wow.
attempt. Holy goodness. Wow. So way to go,
work,
Nicholas
guys. Nice
Nacion
work.
and Wesley Smith. You know, they both were suddenly in the lead of the show, and I think that kind of displayed why. They both showed great strength, great display of technique, some things to work on. Shout out to Steven Schneider for winning the event in the previous heat.
Flew, man. He
quite
flew.
fast, quite fast. And you know, not for nothing, as the tallest one in that division, I certainly hope we'd be the one to win. You know, but we are moving on to our Masters men. Who do we got, buddy?
Yeah, Masters men. First up, we're gonna have Jason Irwin in lane 1 and Patrick Carpenter in lane 2. Weights are gonna stay the same. The sandbags are 20, 25, 30, 35, and 40, going over a 15-foot bar. Looking good.
Here we go. Now, this is an event where I wouldn't particularly enjoy wearing glasses, if I'm being honest. And I see a number of athletes still wearing them. And look at that, a glasses adjustment right there as soon as I talk about it.
Yeah, when those hands come up to adjust your glasses, they're not on a bag.
That's right. And Jason Irwin smoking these first 4 bags.
Ooh, yeah, Jason really getting it. Good call from Patrick Carpenter right there. He went to catch it, and then he decided not to. He also came off with the glasses. Also a good call.
Yeah, Jason was just too far away on that last bag, otherwise he would have had it. Way
Patrick's
to
doing
go.
better. Here
Way
we
to
go.
Patrick.
Nice and steady. Little off balance. Toes came up. You saw on that windup. Little too committed back. Too early, really.
Yeah.
The way that I teach throwing is very, very similar to the way you like to throw as well. And to address that question, kettlebell and sandbag throw, totally different movements.
Very different.
That's like saying, what's the difference between a clean pull and a deadlift?
Yeah.
90% of people
Looks similar.
90% of people are going to say they're the same thing. And then the 10% that are in the know are like, those are totally different things. Different position, different intent, different timing. A kettlebell usually doesn't have the slight pause that a sandbag throw does.
It's more
There's a
dynamic.
lot of nuance there.
So coming up in our last heat for our Masters men, we have Matt Milstead in lane number 1. And in lane number 2, we have David Watson in our Cerberus Strength bag throw series. Shout out to Cerberus Strength for being one of the primary sponsors and the most consistent sponsor of the Rainier Classic. They've been a sponsor for all 6 years. Here we go. Last heat of our Masters men.
Yeah, Matt Milstead in lane 1, David Watson in lane 2.
Both
in
athletes
the
clearing.
awesome shorts.
Matt, nice and consistent. David Watson, smooth as fast, fast as smooth for David.
Good timing on the backswing for Dave right there.
He's showing some good experience.
Yeah, really good. He's keeping tension in the handle. It's not crashing on him.
Wow,
that
Watson.
was a gorgeous throw.
There-
Matt Milstead almost went straight over
Just
with all of
missed.
them. That last one got hung up a little bit.
Dare I say, David Watson making a Masters division almost interesting. Way to go, David.
Yeah, very well done. Very
Great
well
work,
done.
boys. That was really awesome to see. You missed my joke there, man. It made me sad.
Oh, what?
You missed my joke.
Oh, what was the joke?
I said David Watson making the Masters division almost interesting.
Oh, okay. Fair enough, fair enough.
All right, we are done with our Masters men. We're moving on to our 90-kilo boys.
Yeah, first up's going to be Arlo Patton in lane 1. Lane 2 is going to be open because, again, we have an odd number of competitors in this division. The weights will stay the same. The sandbags are going to be 20, 25, 30, 35, and 40. Again, throwing over a 15-foot bar for our friends that are not in America with Freedom units. That is around 3. It's around 3.
Yeah.
Or sorry, no, it's about 5 meters.
Yeah.
3, where'd I get that? That'd be a lot easier, huh?
Yeah, it would be 4.5 meters. There you go.
What?
4.5. Bang.
Okay, 4.5. I thought it was a little closer to 5 than that.
Here we
That's my
go.
bad.
Arlo Patton, first athlete up in lane number 1. Arlo unfortunately
Nice
tore his
throw.
hand open
Nice.
pretty good on the previous event.
Really
But it
good
does-
tension in the handle when he's coming back. It's not crashing. He's getting a ton of power transfer.
He's really going for it here. He wants to make up points. Arlo not
Lost.
wearing shoes. I personally would have opted for a regular shoe or a weightlifting shoe even for an additional height. Arlo, don't see that was a bit of an error there. Arlo walking
was too
all
far,
the way
yeah.
back to the
It's too
front.
far back.
He doesn't need to do that.
Yeah, he needs to be a bit closer. In general, I like to teach athletes to throw very vertically, get the most out of your throw, height-wise, and I like to only be about 3 feet away from the bar.
Yeah. So right now, what you're noticing is someone who practiced the exact same way every time, but there is a time and place to adapt.
He needs to take a breath.
Yeah, his first 2 attempts at this actually would have cleared if he just started
Yeah.
closer.
Yeah. Now he's got to go 3,
He
2,
lost his hand
and
there.
time. That might be affecting him a little bit. A
Yeah.
lot of times when I'm throwing, I do not utilize the palm of my hand, but for him, he might.
Yeah.
And you
Yeah,
saw
some-
that. You saw it slip out, and then he looked at his hand, and it was just.
Some folks will hold in the fingertips. Some folks do a full grip. I'm not a full grip individual,
Me
but
neither.
there are people that do it at a high level.
Yeah.
It's just user preference at that point.
Yeah.
But coming up next in our our 90-kilo division, we have Donnell Davis in lane number 1 and Deacon Morales in our Cerberus Strength bag throw series over bar.
Yeah, again, bags are ranging from 20 to 40 pounds in 5-pound increments. The bar is 4.5 meters in height.
That's right.
Can we get that in gumballs?
In gumballs, yeah, I can do that for you.
Okay, cool.
It's about 48,000 gumballs.
48,000
Yeah.
gumballs. Those are tiny gumballs.
I know. Economy's rough. All right, here we go.
Shrinkflation's real, baby.
Heat 2, Donnell Davis and Mr. Morales. Here we
Beautiful
go.
throw.
Wow.
Yeah,
From
Donnell's-
the line for
these guys gotta go.
Deacon, showing great technique. Well trained, I would say.
Well, thank you.
Donnell with great power.
Yeah, he's
just needs
doing
a-
awesome. He's got to get a little closer to the bar.
He certainly does now. So does Donnell. He needs to get close. He has
Yeah.
lots of power.
Yep, both these guys need to take a breath and smooth it out. They got plenty of power
Hey,
here.
with
That
the
was a
roll.
gorgeous throw from Deacon.
Morales getting the most out of that roll.
And I think-
I would take a whole 10 seconds if I was him, though, right now.
I would as well. I'm almost positive that ties his lifetime PR for
Oh.
a single
Good for him.
for Deacon.
And
Donnell working on that 35. He
he's just
had
too
so
far
much
away.
power right there.
Donnell with a really good attempt, but he keeps on throwing it too far away as well. He needs to keep it closer. Here we go, Donnell. This is a good distance now. Oh, he's just out of gas now.
Yep.
But that
Just
was
need a little more
great,
power on that.
great competitive heat between
That's really
Donnell Davis and Deacon Morales in our 90 kilo men's amateur division.
Yep. Next up, we're going to have Travis Erickson in lane 1, Caleb Desjardins in lane 2.
On deck, Derek Waters and Connor Kinkelborn.
All right. Travis being a member of Dungeon Strength,
Yep.
longtime member, who I did make fun of for asking way too many questions in rules meetings.
He's a curious fella.
All right, yeah, we're about to get off here.
All right, here they go. Let's see if they smoothly transition between bags, because that's one of the big things is I think
Yep.
throw and go is the way. You don't watch the bag go over,
Travis,
just throw and go.
Travis
Throw and
changed
go.
his technique from throw 1 to 2, and it showed.
Yeah.
Whereas lane number 2 and Desjardins
Getting
getting him
got
done.
A lucky roll on
got
that
real
one.
lucky,
That
for
was,
being honest.
yeah.
So
and
did
another
Travis.
lucky roll.
Brutally lucky roll.
Oh, that's great. I do love a good
he
lucky
hung
roll.
on.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
2 lucky
goodness.
rolls in a row.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Is it luck at that point?
You know, it might
It
just
might
be
just
him.
be, yeah.
And then Caleb, interestingly enough, on that last
Oh,
throw
nice
for him,
work from Travis.
his glasses threw off. If you're throwing, I don't recommend them.
Ooh, Travis had the height on that one. He's just got to get up and back with it. You got to trust the bag to hold you up. Create a little bit of backward momentum in the bag. Yes. Ooh, that's right there. That is
Very
right
close.
there. Good effort. Good effort.
All right,
both those guys did fantastic right
Very
there.
fun heat to watch. I think they both scored great points due to split times as well. So great
Yep.
job in Travis and Caleb.
Caleb, the current leader for this division right now. And
Yep.
only one more heat. We got
Derek
Waters.
Waters.
And Connor Kankelborg. Is it Kankelborg?
I believe so.
I need to hear him say it. Actually, a doctor's in, I believe it's physical therapy. Connor, I believe a doctor's in physical therapy. I'm not sure. Is it
no, it's
OT?
Yes, occupational therapist.
There we go, there we go.
He is now an occupational therapist. Shout out to him for working real hard to get that degree.
Yeah.
While working full time, while being an intern, while keeping up his habits of strength pursuits. Really proud
Clearly
of
doing
Connor.
well with that.
Yeah, super
You
proud
know?
of Connor.
Yeah.
But again, in lane number 1, we have Derek Waters, and lane number 2, Connor Knackleberg. 90 kilo men, final heat.
All right, let's see it. Nice pacing for both of them. Derek needed to move on, in my opinion. He
Connor
can't just throw it and watch.
showing his experience. Smooth as fast,
Yeah,
fast as
throw
smooth. He should get
and
closer
go.
now, though. And he does. Look, he takes his time. He
That's
gets
very
smoother,
good.
displaying
That's a good
all
call.
the qualities that we talked about.
It's a very good call. Yep. Oh, you should.
He didn't
yep.
like it, so he's going to wait. I like this. This
Bag's a little off
It
center.
is.
We'll see
Oh,
if
I
it messes
hated
with
that.
them. Oh, wow. That was fantastic.
That
was
was
really good from Connor.
Despite a bad position, he finished just perfect enough with his leg drive to get that. Way to go, Connor.
Yeah, so
that
that's going
might
to be
have
really interesting timing-wise
It-
because the
first or
grouping
second.
is tight.
Yeah, first or
Well-
second certainly.
Yeah, and then in that mix as well, Derek Waters finished maybe a second or two after
Mm-hmm.
Connor. It was like pretty rapid fire. So, Caleb, Derek, and Connor are the 3 in that class that finished that run. We'll get times in a bit.
Yep, we're slowly getting our split times being input to decide placing. So we'll let you know
It's
in just a
getting
moment.
uploaded right now.
It
huh?
is this very moment, so we'll give it just a second here. And the next division to come up, though, we do have our 105 kilo men's amateur. Brandon Rose will be coming up on his own. This isn't so. In first place, we have Caleb. Second place was Connor. All right, here we go. 105 kilo men's division. First athlete up, we have Brandon Rose.
Woo! Just throwing that bugger over. Yeah, and there was a little weight change here. We're going up to 25, 30, 35, 40, and 45 for this series. Ooh, a little crash. A little crash in the handle.
And I would say, Brandon would benefit from just getting closer. He's a little far, but he has lots of power.
Yep. And for the people that aren't sure what I mean by crash, do you want to describe that to them a little bit?
When the athletes are getting into that loaded hinge position, what Zach's referring to is athlete not maintaining tension with the bag as it's going behind them. So they re-dip and drive almost always as they're then getting ready to throw the bag from that hinge position, and it creates elasticity in the bag handle as opposed to when there's tension. When that happens, you can't create enough vertical force vectors because now not only are you fighting the sudden snap of the bag getting tension again, you're fighting a hard and rough redirection of your own body as you're getting that weight, whereas it could have been smoother and tighter, which allows for an easier transition to push into the ground, if that makes sense.
Absolutely, yeah. And so when that happens, you go from weight to no weight to more than the actual weight of the bag because the bag has momentum and it's moving in a direction. You have to catch it and then try to redirect it back into your own groove,
Right.
which you were in, but now you're not. It pulls you out of position.
Here we go. In lane number 1, we have Matthew Bidman, a McCarl athlete. In lane number 2, James Moore, an RP11 athlete.
Oh, man.
Head-to-head
let's
again.
see 'em.
Here
gonna
we
watch.
go.
Okay, we've got a little tiny tear. This happens. It shows under our 45-pound bag.
All right, so we can get some quick duct tape on a 45-pound bag, and we'll be right as rain. This happens all the time at bag throw events. Something you got to be careful of.
It's on my athlete's one? No, just let it be.
It is.
Just let it be.
Just let it be.
I'm kidding.
Someone put
No.
some water in that bag. It needs to be a little heavier.
Yeah, yeah. Just dunk it in some water real quick. Sorry, some water.
Yeah, some water. There you go.
Water.
Yeah, you said it right. There you go. All right. A little. Is there? Oh, there is a tear. There is. And they're slowly making it lighter for an athlete. How interesting.
Oh man, we'll see if he needs it.
Yeah, we'll see. Okay. So a little pause in the action. It is all good.
Bit of respite.
They're trying to see if anything is coming out of it.
Oh yeah, it did. I saw some.
Don't be sore.
I'm just saying I saw it.
You saw it?
Yeah. Did you saw it? Did you see it? What did you
See
people?
it.
Yeah, gross.
Saw?
I done
Saw?
synced it.
Saw?
I saw. I saw it.
I hope people enjoy the banter.
Well, they don't have a choice.
Yeah,
You gotta listen to
tough.
us all weekend.
Yep. Or you can come down here
Yeah.
to the Burien Chevrolet and see it in person and not have to listen to us.
Here in Burien, Washington, on a beautiful summer day.
Yep. A little too beautiful.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare. We've gone through this before.
Yeah. I won't speak of what has been. I will not jinx us. But if you've seen previous years, there's been some fun stuff.
Okay. All right, here we go. Get off the floor, boys. All right, athletes are getting lined up. Matthew Bindman, James Moore.
Judges ready, wait for my whistle.
And we are off.
Here we go. 2 minutes, 10 bags.
James taking his time. Matthew, smooth and fast. Beautiful display of consistency out of lane number 1. James doing a slow and steady approach.
Yeah, and it's not about how quick you can get there if you can't finish it.
Yeah,
So
it's true.
you got to make sure that you can finish this series if at all possible. That was close for Matt. That was a little concerning.
And I would
James-
say with James, he's too vertical in his dip. He actually needs a little bit more hips. He's a little bit more of a hinge position.
No. Whoa. Oh, he's got to watch out. That almost
Yeah,
clipped
he
him.
did. He would have deserved it if he stood there like a dummy.
Yeah, no, you got to get out of the way when that bag's coming down. Oh, he's got the power. He's just a little too far, like a little too under the bar
Yeah.
right there.
7, 1 more, 6.
And it looks like
shaking it
Matthew
off, saying that's
nearly
good.
finished. Great run out of both athletes.
Very solid, very solid.
Lots
overall.
to learn for both of them, really, and,
Yep.
and a great display of throw there. So that was the middle of our 105 division. We're now moving on to near the end. Your last two heats, we'll have Mac Murphy in lane 1 and Darren Rovito in lane 2.
Yep, followed by Andrew Holland in lane 1, Tanner Jacobson in lane 2. But right now, as you mentioned, Mac and Darren coming up lane 1, lane 2. Tie-dye pants, Mr. Rovito. The colorful individual. I'm definitely smelling pizza in the air.
I
Who's
am.
that?
It's quite nice.
Let me get some ASMR.
Oh no! Oh, gross! Oh, you're so fired, dude. Hey, Braden, can you turn off Zach's mic real quick? We have
But you
Puget
can
Sound
fire
pizza.
up the pizza.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. We're about to start. God, that was gross. I hated that.
Oh, you can lie to us, but you can't lie to yourself.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh, both men yeeting these first bags.
Ooh, he's
Darren,
got-
Darren's got to go back.
It's-
He's got to go back for bag number 2.
I like where Darren's head was at, though.
Yeah.
Immediately, he's running through this series, and he released a little bit late. All the power in the world on that. Damn.
Here we go.
Yep.
Now we're cooking.
He's got to finish this up. Now they're neck and neck, Matt and Darren.
Yes.
Darren's got to pick it back up, smooth it out. No one in this class is finished, right?
No one yet. No one yet.
So this will be the first one, but we
Between
also
the two
got
of them.
another heat coming up
he
after
needs
him.
to go right now, though.
Another couple. Another two.
Oh,
Oh,
I
sorry.
don't like that.
Ooh,
He didn't
do
load
not
up.
catch.
He
Do
didn't
not.
load up at all. He changed his technique.
Darren knows better than that. I
He
don't-
does.
Both of these guys, Mac, what are you doing?
Oh, they got excited.
No
They
catchy.
got excited.
Yeah. Okay, they're hearing the countdown right now.
No,
5,
no, Darren,
4,
load it.
3, 2, 1.
All right, so those watching, we know both these gentlemen pretty intimately,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's fine for us to critique them. But very, what I would say, the first 4 bags out of both of them, smooth, fast, consistent, even with a minor mistake there from Darren.
Yeah.
Despite that, they're both actually going to get some pretty good points in comparison to their peers that have gone already.
Yep, I think
So-
only one athlete has cleared that many bags so far. It's Matt.
Along those lines, yeah. So, just Matt.
Matt
yeah.
Benjamin.
So coming up next in our last heat, we will have Andrew Holland and Tanner Jacobson. Andrew in lane number 1, Tanner in lane number 2.
Yeah, these two have been very dominant in this class today.
Consistent, you know.
Yeah.
Ready, wait for my whistle.
So it'll be fun to watch these guys go. Let's see what they got with the sandbag. toss.
All right, here we go.
See how smooth they can
Ooh,
be.
I
Ooh,
hated that
was-
load from Tanner.
Oh, I did not like that either.
Tanner, oh my
man.
goodness. But both guys are just bully strong is what's happening.
Yeah, that's a good example of just being able to muscle it because it was lighter.
Yeah.
For
But
him.
Tanner is in the lead. Fastest split
Yeah.
so far. Can he finish?
Yeah.
Oh,
And
he's just
that locks
strong
it up.
enough.
He finishes. So he will take first, and now it's a game of can Andrew finish the series?
And
he might have the fastest split. We're not sure because we don't have an official time.
It's certainly
But-
a good split.
Yeah, but if he finishes this last bag, which is 45 pounds, then he will be firmly in second on this event.
Yeah, Tanner, despite the fact that he absolutely won the event, I'll be honest, he's my grand athlete, so I can say this. That was terrible technique.
That
And
was- that
that's
was
something-
rough.
That's something to work on. And look at Mr. Holland finishing up strong and
But-
guaranteeing himself second place.
You know, it's easy for us to sit in the shade
Yeah.
and
And talk
Talk
our
trash,
talk.
you
And I
know?
will continue to do so, as that is now my career.
fair enough, fair enough. Hey, mine too.
It's our
Mine
career.
too. Say, I don't lift heavy stuff. I just look strong now.
Oh, I don't even look strong. I just talk shit. All right, that is the end of our 105 kilo men's amateur division and the end of their day in totality. Last event for these gentlemen. Coming up next is the 120 kilo division in the amateur class. We have Tyson Bennett in lane number 1, and in lane number 2 we have Thor. His name is Thor now. Berghoff.
Thor,
His name is Thor. Did we change names?
I don't know.
It absolutely wasn't Thor before, but whatever, dude. I'll call you that.
Judges, ready, wait for my
Yeah, it was
whistle.
Christian. We're gonna pretend it's Thor now, huh, Christian? All right, buddy. We'll see. I'll call you by your government name, buddy. Christian. That being said, Oh, so for those watching, do not catch the bag. If you're watching at home and you're considering doing an event like this, never catch the bag. That is a great way to tear a bicep. But in lane number 1, we have a successful first bag throw. So great job. Pardon me, second bag throw. Lane number 2, and our boy Thor, apparently, doing his best to try to get a bag here. You know, it just kind of goes to show he has lots of power, but working on that vertical trajectory is quite difficult. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful completion there in that first bag for our lane number 2 in Christian Berghoff. I'm going to call you by your government name, buddy. We just see our boy Tyson really just kind of fighting hard for that second to last bag, but he's just out of energy.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, great first heat in our men's 120 kilo amateur division. Very entertaining to watch.
Yeah, very nice. Very, very nice. Next up, we're going to have Kevin Beese and Ryan Nutter. Kevin Beese in lane 1, Ryan Nutter in lane 2. And again, weights are 25, 30, 35, 40, and 45 pounds, going over a 15-foot bar. That's 4.5 meters.
Yes, and we are in our second heat and final heat of the 120 kilo division. Kevin Beese in lane number 1, Ryan Nutter in lane number 2. Look at Kevin's start position there. Really ready to lean in and go. He's a taller athlete, so I'd imagine he's excited for an event like this.
Yeah. Why would that be? Why, for the people at home that are just like not experienced, not as experienced, why would that be that a taller athlete's excited?
When you're taller, you're due to the fact that most humans, when they get really tall, they're not proportionate. There's almost always going to be some parts of their body that are oddly length. And when that happens, you're basically turning yourself into a human trebuchet. Not only are you closer to the actual upright, but you're built well to hinge and throw things. You know, it's just genetics, you know. It just is what it is.
Yeah, no, I mean, a taller athlete has better levers that are more efficient for this kind of event. In general.
Yeah, in general.
In general. Not always, but in general. All right, we got a weight change coming up.
Where are we going? What class are we doing? Because I see Josh Bailey, so something tells me we're in the open men's division now.
That's right. We're going to see the weights of 30, 35, 40, 45, and 50 going over this 15-foot bar. Josh Bailey is up in lane 1. Lane 2 will be empty, and then we will have our final heat. Phil Kobiski. Is it Kobiski?
Where are we at?
Phil Kobiski after Josh.
Kobiski. That's what it is now.
Kobiski. Okay, cool. Next, the heat after Josh is going to be Phil Kobiski in lane 1 and Michael Mitchell in lane 2. But right now we got Josh Bailey up, taking his time, getting that first bag set, sailing that thing way up.
This is Josh Bailey's first open amateur competition, meaning he's only competed in novice prior to this. So this is a huge step up in ability for him. So we're going to see Josh do great with some events, work harder in others. But right now, he's super consistent and fast as smooth, smooth as fast with his approach.
Yeah.
I would say he needs to get a little closer, though.
I agree. I keep holding my breath on every one of his throws, and every one of his throws are barely going over.
Close, Josh.
He has so much power on that throw that he's throwing several feet over the bar, and then it's clearing on the downward.
And a very tall athlete at that. No, get closer, you silly goose.
Wow, yeah. He needs to keep that throw real vertical and get his butt right up next to that.
Too far.
Nope, no, I agree with you. I agree. Ooh.
You know what? I'll say this, though. So far, those that have gotten 4 out of 5 bags with a very consistent and even split time have done really well. So I actually think Josh is going to do quite well in this event with that.
I agree, and I also think that he did a really good job of tempering his pace.
Yeah.
I think he did that intentionally. He knew that last bag would be tough. He knew he had a shot of getting it over, and he threw each bag very intentionally at a sustainable pace, and he took a moment to rest before he hit it and just didn't get it. But it on a different day, probably would.
And up next in our final heat of the day for the amateur classes is Phil Kobeski in lane number 1. And lane number 2, Mikey Mitchell, the Girth Lord. Girth Lord, your Puerto Rican stepfather, Mikey Mitchell. Let's go.
All right. First bag going over for both athletes simultaneously, really.
And Mikey's not a fan of bag throws, but
Mikey. Oh, boy. Both at. Oh, wow. Favorable bounce for Phil.
Yeah.
Unfavorable for Mikey.
Mikey, a little early with the release. He actually needs to hang on a little longer
Yep.
and lean back. He's so vertical.
Yep,
There you
there
go.
it is. So much power. You can see he's
Yeah.
throwing feet over the bars.
Oh, it's not a weakness issue. It's a timing issue.
Yep.
He's just releasing too early. And if you notice, as he rocks into his hinge position, he's just on the heels. There's no toe pressure. Right there.
Yep.
But
He's
he
got to
gets
stay
it.
on the. Yeah, he's got to stay on the center of that foot. Allow for full foot contact. Oh, and we have Phil over there catching the bag
He
a
needs
couple
to not
times
do
in a
that.
row. Yeah, I really don't like that. And that's a good move from Mikey, stepping out of the way of the bag. The bag goes where it wants. You're just the spectator. You know
So
what I'm
you know
saying?
what? And we talked about patience, timing. Josh Bailey won the event.
Yeah.
Josh Bailey just won the event
Yeah.
with a smooth as fast as smooth approach.
That was
How
gorgeous.
about Josh Bailey with his first event win ever of his amateur career?
That's awesome.
Good for him. So
He's
that
getting
is
so much better. I keep saying it every time
Yeah.
I see him, but I just can't. I can't. You know, I'm very impressed and I'm proud of him.
Yeah.
You know, so proud.
So that being said, guys, we're going to reset here to get ready for our first Pro-Am divisions that are coming on up. Thank you so much to Cerberus Strength for sponsoring this event and making it possible here at the 6th Annual Rainier Classic. We're going to be gone for about, I believe, a 10-minute break.
Probably a little more.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
we're
how
doing a
long's the
new
break?
stream.
Great. So, guys, for those tuning in, watching right now, all perfect. So, all 178 of you, we're going to go to a new stream here, right? And that stream will start in about 30 minutes for the Pro-Am classes. These are classes that are trying to qualify for the PSL World Championships in the 82 kilo division, the 105 kilo men's division, and classes that are trying to qualify for North America's Strongest Man in the open division. So, we have pro-level stuff happening here real soon. Be sure to tune in. I'm Alec Jose.
I'm Zach McCarley.
And thank you for tuning in. We'll see you in about 30.